Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Seated. Before we begin business today, I want to return to some issues that arose last week. Members will be aware that our general standards of debate are those of good temper, moderation, courtesy and respect, and members can have robust debate to challenge and scrutinise the points of order, but this can be done with good manners and by focusing on the issues, not the person raising them. So I want to give two specific examples from last week. Firstly, using the terms grow up or similar terms including shut up, whether during a contribution or from a sedentary position, cannot be considered temperate or respectful. This is particularly the case when the House is discussing the serious issue and experience of members being under the subject of threats. So it wasn't just the words that were said, it was the time that it was said, and it was entirely inappropriate. Secondly, I'd encourage members to avoid using the use of swear words, even when quoting someone from outside the chamber. The circumstances to which it could be considered by the Chair as absolutely necessary to do so are indeed rare. To have the common use of swear words in the chamber would again be gratuitous, coarsen our debate, undermine the seriousness of the business that we are here to do. So I do not intend to revisit the specific instances of last week further, but members generally should take heed of my ruling on these matters for the future. I will observe that there has generally been an increase in ill-tempered debate in the chamber over the past few weeks, and this has involved a number of matters being raised to the Chair and a number of members taking issue with decisions of the chair, something which is clearly out of order. I note public comment that this is a sign that we have entered a pre-election period. I'd ever just make the point there is significant business to be done in this House over the next 18 months, and therefore we don't want there to be disorder to distract from the debates in hand. And I do make it clear to the House again that I'll uphold the right of all members to exercise their rules of scrutiny and to challenge opposing arguments, but robust debate does not mean disorderly debate. So members can make their points on issues without being personal or disrespectful to other members. We now move to member statements.
I want to take this opportunity to highlight the serious and growing pressures on domiciliary care services in the Western Health and Social Care Trust area, but particularly in Fermanagh. Families are contacting my office every week about the difficulties in securing home care packages. Demand for domiciliary care is increasing as our population ages and people live longer with complex health needs. Yet, the Western Trust is facing a severe shortage of carers, and this is having a direct impact on those most in need of support in their own homes. We now have long waiting lists for care packages, and many hospital discharges are being delayed simply because their care isn't available in the community. Older people are waiting weeks, sometimes months, for the support they need to live safely and with dignity in their own homes. At the heart of this problem is a shortage of domiciliary carers. The Western Trust and independent providers are struggling to recruit and retain staff, and those who remain are working under huge pressure, travelling long distances, covering extra calls and often working beyond their contracted hours out of sheer compassion for their clients. These carers are doing incredible work under immense strain, and they deserve far better. If we are serious about tackling this crisis, we must properly value and support our care workforce. That means fair paying conditions, paying for travel time and mileage, and offering secure contracts rather than zero-hour ones. It also means creating clear career pathways, providing opportunities for training and progression, and investing in carers' well-being. The new Carer Support Hub in the Fermanagh-Omagh area is a positive and welcome development, but this must be part of a wider strategy, one that promotes the role of carers, invests in their well-being, and makes domiciliary care a valued and sustainable career choice. Above all, carers must be recognised as the vital professionals that they are, the backbone of our health and social care system. By investing in them, we can ensure that older and vulnerable people in Fermanagh and across the Western Trust area receive the dignified care they deserve, and that they can remain in their own homes, surrounded by their community for as long as possible. Gormayogat.
Brett.
Today I rose in this House to raise the case of my constituent, Mr Darrell Clark, who was excluded from the Commonwealth Games because of the fact that he was a Protestant. I vowed then, Mr Speaker, to fight that case, and today I want to welcome the 24-page report by the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland, which justifies every single word that I said in this chamber. The publication of that review of Ulster boxing is not merely another report, Mr Speaker. It is a damning but necessary mirror held up to the structures which have for far too long failed the Protestant boxing community in Belfast and beyond. Some in this chamber, Mr Speaker, claimed that anti-Protestant sectarianism in boxing did not exist. Some in this chamber tried to make me shut up on this issue, and others believed that it would go away. But this report, Mr Speaker, not only disproves them, it shames them and the remarks that they made in this chamber. It shines a painful light on the truth that young Protestant men like Darrell Clark and others before him, such as Lewis Crocker, were denied opportunities and subjected to treatment no athlete should ever endure, not because of their talent or their ability, but because of their background. This report lays bare what many have whispered for years, that in local boxing, anti-Protestant bias has been allowed to fester. It tells us in the report that the structures governing the sport have not been fair, have not been transparent, and not been inclusive. And while boxing has long been hailed as a sport that unites people, this report shows that boxing has been used to divide our communities. I want to pay tribute to Darrell for his courage in standing up and saying this is not right. It has paved the way for change that will benefit generations to come. Darrell's fight, which should have just been in the ring, was for respect, fairness and equal treatment for every young boxer, regardless of their religion or identity. and the Commission's findings are clear and uncompromising. It calls for a transparent and merit-based selection process for the Commonwealth Games. It demands the creation of an independent oversight panel to ensure these reforms are no longer delayed, a code of conduct that all clubs must sign up to, and that for far too long Protestants have been denied a space on Ulster boxing governance committees. This will mean that Protestant voices are finally heard and respected. Let me be clear that this report is a turning point. The days of looking the other way are over, and the culture of exclusion of Protestant boxers are over. We on these benches will be watching very closely how the Ulster Boxing Association responds, and we will be ensuring that our Minister makes comments in the coming days that ensures Protestants have the same rights as anyone else.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise this morning to speak on the issue which was the flooding that affected Newcastle, and specifically the Sunningdale area and the Tullibrannigan Road. I suppose at the first instance it's really important to thank all the agencies that were involved. Again, all reports were that the DFI were out on the ground and other statutory agencies. I'm sure Council will be out on the ground as well. But also, unfortunately, all too often, it's very often left to the locals to be the first line of defence and resistance. So, and again, with people volunteering hardware. But all too often, Mr. Speaker, we do seem to be speaking about this. Here I am again raising an issue of flooding in my constituency. I suppose at the very outset now, the residents affected need to be listened to, they need to be engaged with in order to find out the cause of this more recent flooding and how best to treat it. Also, Chair, a special, or certainly Newcastle Flood Resilience Group, a local organisation, local group, who've been very active on this for a number of years now. But again, Chair, or Mr. Speaker, sorry, they need to be listened to because they are finding it more and more infuriating at times that maybe that actions on the ground aren't necessarily marrying up with what's discussed. But that said, everyone in regards to that group are very keen. Again, sometimes we, as you've referenced, we can get very rambunctious in here, and political divides are all too often sharply brought into focus. But at times over the weekend, as I'm sure other members are here, we're all in the same WhatsApp groups. We all know that people are out from different parties attempting to do what they can, how they can, in order to address this. So I think in this matter, Chair, there is a uniform sense of desire to help from all parties to sort this matter out. But Chair, again, coming back a wee touch, again, we've spoke about this before in South Down. It could be, as Miss Forsyth's Kilkeel, it could be more towards Miss Ennis's end in Cologne. We're all too often seeing issues where infrastructure has failed because of the weather events we're seeing. Ultimately, whatever way we cut the climate change debate, our oceans are getting warmer. That means that we have more intense storm periods. That means we're going to get this more and more often. I think that needs to be highlighted. We're only chasing our tails, quite literally, after Storm Eowyn. We've already had Storm Amy, and now we've had what was only a yellow weather warning produce a month of rain in the space of early morning to early afternoon. One would only dread to think what an amber or indeed red weather warning would be. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Diane Armstrong.
I rise today to express my deep outrage at the so-called Jim Lina Winter School event which took place in Listonskea over the weekend, an event held unbelievably within the grounds of a former place of education, St Eugene's School. It is utterly shameful that a man such as Jim Lina, the ruthless and violent leader of the East Tyrone and Monaghan Brigade of the Provisional IRA, should be commemorated in any way, let alone in a former education setting. Lina was no hero. He was a man responsible for some of the most brutal acts of terrorism during the darkest days of the Troubles. Let us be absolutely clear about who Jim Lina was. He was a key architect of a campaign of murder and destruction, responsible for multiple attacks on members of the security forces and innocent civilians alike. Among his many crimes was the heinous attack on Ballygolly RUC station, an attack which led to the brutal murder of 2 dedicated police officers, Samuel Gilliland and David Clements. Both served with courage and commitment, protecting communities in my constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Their loss is still deeply felt by their families, their colleagues, and by all who value peace and justice. To glorify or romanticise Jim Lina's actions is to dishonour the memory of every innocent life destroyed by the Provisional IRA's campaign of terror. It sends a dangerous message to our young people that violence can somehow be justified, that terrorism can be excused, and that murderers can be heroes. That is not the way for Northern Ireland to move forward. The truth is this: Jim Lina's elimination at Loughgall in 1987 saved countless lives. It brought to an end the murderous ambitions of a man who showed no mercy and who sought only to spread fear and division. As a representative of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and as someone who believes deeply in the rule of law and peace, I find it abhorrent that any organisation would host or facilitate an event that seeks to rewrite history and glorify terror. Our schools and our community buildings should be places of learning and reconciliation, not platforms for the veneration of those who took innocent lives. We owe it to the victims, to men like Officers Gilliland and Clements, and to every family that still bears the scars of IRA violence, to speak out firmly against this revisionism. There can be no moral equivalence between those who enforced the law and those who waged war against it. Let us continue to honour the true heroes of our society, those who upheld peace, who served their communities and gave their lives to protect others. And let us reject completely and unequivocally any attempt to glorify terrorism in our schools or anywhere else in our shared society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Mr. Speaker, we entered opposition 21 months ago, and we pledged then to be a constructive opposition, to work hard to improve the way politics is done in this place. Sometimes it feels for us, for IAT members here, like a lonely furrow, but it's an important job and we're proud to have done it. Mr. Speaker, later this year, we hope before the end of the year, the Executive will publish its first multi-year budget in more than a decade. That is a critical moment for the people of this region. The people of this region will finally be able to see whether the Executive, with all of its falling out, with all of its chaos, with all of its backbiting, is able to set a long-term budget to deliver on the things that matter to them. A 3-year budget matched to getting waiting lists down. A 3-year budget hopefully matched, in fact a 4-year capital budget we hope matched to building social homes for the people who need them in our society. A capital budget to deliver on critical infrastructure, whether that's all-island rail, the A5, or indeed other critical road, rail and indeed wastewater projects. That hopefully will be set out not just in the 3-year budget but the investment strategy. That's the context for what we as the official opposition have done today, which is write, Mr. Speaker, to the Finance Minister. The Finance Minister's party enjoy the right as the opposition, a recognised opposition in Dáil Éireann. They, along with other opposition parties such as the Social Democrats, the Labour Party, the right to access costings from the Finance Department. Today, we as the opposition here in the North are asking for the same right from the Finance Department. We would like, ahead of the multi-year budget later this year, the right to have our proposals costed by departmental civil servants. We would like them to mark our homework, Mr. Speaker, because we're serious when we talk about providing an alternative. We're serious when we talk about improving politics here. Often it is thrown back to me in this chamber, where's the opposition's alternative? Mr. Speaker, we've produced many alternatives, we've produced many papers, so much so that I'm thinking of having them printed and putting bows on them for Christmas presents for some of my colleagues from all parties in this chamber. But if we want to move to the next stage of providing a real alternative to people here, and if we want to improve the quality of our debate here in Northern Ireland, we want the same rights that are applied to the opposition in the south of Ireland, proper, rigorous costing of our proposals. We're doing lots here in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, to fall out and to prove to the public that they can't expect anything from Stormont. Let's finally prove to them that we can be mature, that we can move on and that we can genuinely build something better here. So we will be putting our proposal forward to the Finance Minister. We hope he and other parties in this chamber will agree to it, because unlike others, we are serious about improving the quality of our politics and proving to the public that there is a point when they go to the election and vote in a government, and that the opposition will be constructive and robust. So I commend our proposal to colleagues. Thank you.
Ciara Ferguson.
Raised today on the urgent need to invest on our community and voluntary sector. If we don't invest in our community and voluntary sector, the truth is that we just don't lose vital services that each of us know are critical with regards to strengthening and supporting local people on the ground. We also lose the very fabric holding our communities, I think, and people together. As someone from the North West who has worked in the community and voluntary sector for over 20 plus years, I know only too well the invaluable power of sustainable investment in community development and community infrastructure, in strengthening both community relations, in helping to tackle inequality and disadvantage, in empowering and building the capacity of local people who themselves become active participants in shaping their own future and their community's own future, in improving health and well-being, building strong, resilient communities where everyone can thrive. Community development increases participation in local community life. It strengthens social networks, civic engagement, which are the cornerstones of a resilient community. Likewise, our social enterprises are a significant part of the economy, employing thousands and generating substantial revenue. Investing in their capacity helps scale and diversify the sector, particularly in deprived areas. Community wealth building approach, and we had a local conference here on Wednesday led by the Development Trust NI in the city, and it was fantastic to see a packed hall with great ambition. And this approach redirects wealth back into the local economy and keeps wealth circulating within local areas, providing economic stability and growth. That's where we need to invest, in our social enterprises, in our community development organisations, to help build strong, resilient communities. As we all well aware, there's been serious and ongoing cuts since 2009 in our CMV sector. It's critical now, when we're looking into the long term, that all departments, whether it's across health, education, communities, focus in on core community development, focus in on our social enterprises, and invest for the long term to build, support and strengthen our communities and build resilience. Thank you.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, can I remind this chamber what it means to be the Economy Minister for Northern Ireland? It's a role that comes with serious responsibilities. Responsibilities to promote investment, support job creation, and grow sectors that sustain our local economy. It's not a platform for advancing narrow political ideologies, nor it is a position to unilaterally decide what international trade relationships Northern Ireland should or should not have. Yet that is exactly what we have seen from the Sinn Féin Economy Minister, who last week instructed Invest NI not to support companies involved with the Israel defence contracts. And they have even suggested that Northern Ireland should be excluded from any UK-Israel trade talks. Sinn Féin, on the one hand, parade about as responsible custodians of the Northern Ireland economy, yet on the other, they block businesses' route to market, and they can't resist the temptation to quench what is a bitter, twisted ideology which has resulted in them not even being able to publicly welcome 1,000 jobs from the Bank of America and block other investment. It's the politics of the Student Council, not that of a serious party of government. Let's be clear. This decision was made without any consultation with the Northern Ireland Executive, without transparency and without regard to the 9,000 people employed in our aerospace, defence and security and space sectors. This decision was both controversial and cross-cutting. These are industries that generate in the region of £2.2 billion for our economy. These are real jobs in real communities, and they deserve better than to be treated as pawns in a political game with no regard to their livelihoods. No one should stand by and allow these matters to go unchallenged. Our wider economy is being undermined to appease a small section of anti-Israel voices. The role of the Economy Minister is not to act as Sinn Féin's Foreign Affairs spokesperson. It is to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland, and that means supporting economic growth, not stifling it based on partisan politics.
Mr.
Speaker, the findings from the Equality Commission on boxing reminds us once again how symbols and expressions of identity can either build inclusion or create exclusion. The way we present and display our identities has a real impact on who feels welcome and who does not. No young athlete should ever feel that their background, their accent, their community affiliation should determine the opportunity to compete. Sport should be open to everyone. It should be defined by hard work, talent and merit, not a flag or community background. So today, Mr. Speaker, I want to echo the recommendations from the Equality Commission that creation of an independent oversight panel to monitor progress and ensure that all reforms are completed within 18 months. This kind of accountability is essential if we are serious about building inclusive sporting environments that work for everyone. Equality doesn't belong to one tradition or one community. Equality belongs to us all. Respect for identity should never come at the expense of someone else's sense of belonging. The more we create environments that reflect fairness and openness, the stronger our shared society becomes. Mr. Speaker, my colleague Paula Bradshaw has submitted a private member's bill on the display of flags and emblems. The purpose of this bill will be to establish clear and fair standards that protect freedom of expression while ensuring that our shared spaces remain genuinely welcoming to everyone. It's not about taking identity away from anyone. It is about ensuring that identity is never used as a barrier or a weapon, and that everyone can feel equally accepted in this place that we call home. When the bill comes before this chamber for debate and scrutiny, I trust that all members, including those from the DUP who have spoken passionately about inclusion in sport, will bring the same energy and commitment to creating inclusive environments through a fair and transparent framework. If we can show leadership here in this place, Mr. Speaker, then we can help to change the tone beyond it, towards a Northern Ireland where identity is respected, opportunity is impartial, and equality truly belongs to everyone. Thank you.
Brogan.
Last month we celebrated the International Day of Translation. This day gives us an opportunity to celebrate the important and valuable work that language professionals all over the world do. When one language is translated into another, communication between people is enhanced. Our understanding of one another is enhanced. Peace is enhanced. Cooperation and the bond that we have with one another are enhanced. Language is not a threat. It doesn't matter what language it is. If a word is spoken or written in English and translated to Irish, Ulster Scots are one of the other new languages on the silent. For example, Ukrainian or Arabic. No one is disadvantaged by that translation. On the contrary, it is better for us all. It gives people who speak those languages a chance to participate in life here, and all that thanks to interpreters and translators. We are fortunate to have translators and interpreters in this Assembly, just as we do in Dáil Éireann, in the Senate in Wales, and in other parliaments around the world. Where translation is available, politicians have the opportunity to make speeches or ask questions in the language that they are most comfortable with. That facility strengthens debate and, as a consequence, democracy. I encourage any member here to use their Irish as much as possible and to take advantage of the service that we have. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my gratitude to all the interpreters and translators, whether they work in political institutions or in community, such as hospitals and the courts. Their value is rarely appreciated, but it is true to say that we could not get by without them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday, the good people of Newcastle were once again subject to unacceptable scenes of flooding, and it has been devastating. We knew there was a warning for heavy rainfall, but the scenes which emerged yesterday were absolutely shocking and terrifying, where we saw fast-flowing water pouring down the roads in the Tullybrannigan area like waterfalls. And I'm incredibly grateful that no one was hurt, but I have serious concern over how this scale of flooding has happened here. A major clean-up operation continues, and I was there this morning, and I thank all of those out working on this from the various agencies, including the community-based efforts. The amount of debris that has fallen is quite frightening. We can see from the clean-up needing diggers out there today, it is really terrifying, and we need an urgent investigation as to why this has happened here. There's never been flooding like this in this area. My family live just down the road, and in my lifetime I have never seen anything like this, and it has been widely stated by others as being the worst in over 40 years. The residents are absolutely shocked and frightened over whether this will happen again. This was a yellow weather warning, not an amber one nor a red one, and for a relatively short few hours of heavy rainfall to have caused this, it is really concerning. And the local people deserve to know what has happened here and what actions will be taken to prevent it happening in the future. Many were trapped in their homes for some time. Flooding is not new to Newcastle as a whole, with flood alleviation schemes put in place, but I would ask that the new schemes are part of an investigation, because we need to understand whether it has made things better or has it moved all of the problems to a different part of Newcastle. There needs to be a solution here. Ongoing concerns on the maintenance of the rivers, the gullies, maintenance of the flaps, protecting the floodwater, getting in and out of the Burn River are continuous, and we need to see real action here. We need to see a permanent solution. Temporary pumps help address the consequences, but we need to see prevention prioritised. In an area at the foot of the Mourne Mountains, we understand there will be surface runoff at speed from the mountains, but why can this not be planned for, the risks managed and safety be put first? We are only in October here, and the local infrastructure in South Down is still suffering severe damage from the storms in 2023 and 2024, with major roads still never repaired. Our local people deserve better. We do not want any more scenes of chaos and panic, and I call upon the Infrastructure Minister to prioritise an urgent investigation and to put in place a permanent solution to address the flooding in Newcastle before someone gets seriously hurt. Thank you.
Steve Egan.
Mr. Speaker, first may I make a declaration of interest as a member of the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly and a long-standing member of Committee B. Our committee submitted a report on UK-EU defence and security cooperation post-Brexit last week. The committee consists of members from the Oireachtas, Westminster and the devolved administrations, including members from Sinn Féin, SDLP and the Scottish Nationalist Party. And we conducted this inquiry with a series of evidence-gathering meetings and visits to key areas. These meetings included talking to the ex-Chief of the Irish Defence Forces, Garda Commissioner Drew Harris, the European Union, including the European Hybrid Centre of Excellence, NATO, including NATO Cooperative Cyber Defence Centre, the National Crime Agency and cyber security experts. The report, which I recommend to everybody, and I will ask the library to ensure that I have copies of it, is very well worth the read. The key supplementary themes became apparent during the investigation, Mr. Speaker. The first is that there is a very clear and present danger from Putin and non-state actors, including narco-terrorists and criminal gangs, to this island. Attempts to sabotage critical cables, other national parts of infrastructure, and the nearly relentless cyber attacks in every aspect of our life show that the hybrid war is raging, and the Irish Republic is under particular vulnerability. Secondly, the evidence shows that Ireland's shores, air and cyberspace are regrettably defenceless. The lack of security for vast areas of sea, subsea, air and cyberspace are an open backdoor for those wanting to harm not only the Irish Republic, but transatlantic trade, the European Union and NATO. Sadly, there is a degree of hypocritical expectation for most Irish political parties, including the current presidential Sinn Féin candidate, that they can pontificate about UK and NATO for so-called militarism and defence expenditure while doing absolutely nothing to defend themselves, whilst also paradoxically advocating for drone defence at Dublin Airport while bashing the only nations that can make effective protective systems is a case in point. As we discovered at BIPA, and even the most myotic TDs or senators now knows, that NATO has other priorities. We in Northern Ireland, as part of NATO, have a defensive umbrella that is widely stretched, but it protects us. The Irish, with their minuscule defence spending, are little no willingness or capability to defend themselves, and nothing nor any guarantees. Our committee has recommended joint UK Republic of Ireland maritime patrolling and increased joint working. But without membership of NATO, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, Ireland has no access to a military alliance that can secure its borders. Hoping for the good luck and goodwill of hard-pressed neighbours or the beneficence of the triple lock nations is, I'm afraid, no security at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. That ends member statements. The next item of business is that Jerry Carroll has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I present this petition on behalf of over 3,000 people who have signed it to raise their objections to the ongoing industrial derating policy. I want to thank Act Now, Rowan and the team there who gathered these signatures. The Department of Finance, Deputy Speaker, no doubt will tell people otherwise, but this is a petition that challenges the fact that public money, huge amounts of public money is going to major multinational corporations, and despite some of what we have heard today, this is money that people in working class communities need. We have a situation where nurses are being denied a pay rise, and they could have availed of that almost £80 million that would go a whole way, huge way, to resolving the mental health crisis, the housing crisis and other crises in our communities. But that money every single year goes to these multinational corporations, Deputy Speaker. Companies like Moy Park, Caterpillar, Coca-Cola and others do not need corporate handouts. What they do need is to be compliant with human rights. They need to respect and protect and to not pollute our environment. And to those who it applies to, they need to not be engaging and supporting the Israeli war machine as well. The signatures, Deputy Speaker, have raised their objections to the fact that every single year rates for homeowners and small businesses rise year on year on year, and for them there is no derating process, there is no handout, there is no bailout. People are forced to pay ever increasing amount for their rates. It's also worth mentioning, Deputy Speaker, a similar policy was in operation for some time in England and Scotland, but this came to an end in 1963 in the former and 1985 in the latter. So it's clear this policy is not only unfair, not only should be not in operation, but is completely out of date and backward as well. Deputy Speaker, huge sums of public money going into the region of hundreds of millions of pounds over the years have been wasted on these companies, whilst they also don't give a damn about their own workers. They underpay them, they exploit them as well. So thank you for the time, and I'm very happy to present this petition on the floor of the Assembly today.
Thank you, Jerry. So I invite you to approach the table to present your petition. Thank you. Thanks, Jerry. I'll forward that petition on to the Minister for Finance and send a copy to the committee. Cormac, thank you. So the next item of business is the second stage of the RHI Closure of Non-Domestic Scheme Bill. I call on the Minister for the Economy to move the second stage. Moved. Thank you, Minister. So the second stage of the bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate. I call on the Minister to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
And I'm going to apologise in advance if I have coughing fit in the middle of my speech. I'm getting over a bad dose. On the 22nd of September, I provided an update to this House on the work towards the closure of the non-domestic RHI scheme in line with the New Decade New Approach Agreement and with the Executive's agreement that the scheme should be closed. And with your indulgence, Príomh Concordia, I will speak briefly to that as it sets the context for today's debate on the RHI closure bill. My department has recently launched a public consultation on the closure arrangements. The consultation is seeking views on the proposed approach to closure, which will be set out in regulations. With closure, Ofgem will no longer be administering the scheme and taking quarterly readings. However, participants are entitled to a closure payment. My department completed a review of tariff levels and payments over the lifetime of the scheme. The period 2017 to 2019 represents the least distorted, fairest timeframe of historical usage, which was in line with the policy intention of the support scheme. Therefore, payments are being based on that period. This model has been independently validated by Professor David Rooney. My officials have made themselves available to any member who wants to go through the calculations in more detail. Once the issue of the methodology for closure payments is decided, the next question is to whether to provide a one-off payment or to stagger the payment until the end of each participant's original 20-year accreditation period. Staggering the payment has two benefits. Firstly, it allows us to utilise the unutilised AME sooner. Secondly, it allows us to check that the boilers are still in use. I have therefore opted for staggered payments. My department is also working urgently towards introducing a set of regulations to apply the same tariff rate used to calculate the closure payments ahead of the coming winter period. These proposals are out for public consultation from the 29th of September to the 24th of November. I believe these proposals best balance the three objectives of closing the scheme: fairness to legitimate participants and fairness to the taxpayer. Indeed, no party has put forward alternative proposals. The immediate matter at hand is the RHI closure of the non-domestic scheme bill. The bill is quite short, it is technical in nature and does not directly amend any aspect of the scheme. Rather, it will provide my department with powers to make regulations that will formally close the scheme and establish a new framework for legacy payments. The department's existing powers in relation to the RHI scheme are set out in sections 113 and 114 of the Energy Act 2011. They enable the department to establish a scheme to facilitate and encourage renewable generation of heat. They do not, however, provide the department with the powers to close the scheme. That is why this bill is needed. Without it, my department will not be in a position to deliver on the NDNA commitment or to implement the Executive's agreement to close the bill. Therefore, I commend this bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. And I call Philip Brett, Chair of the Committee for the Economy. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And first of all, I'll speak on behalf of the committee, and then I'll make some remarks in my personal capacity. I anticipate that members of the committee will set out their views on the principles of this bill during the debate, and in respects of the next steps, I will await the outcome of the House this afternoon. The bill itself simply allows the Department to make regulations to close partially or completely the non-domestic RHI scheme and to prevent anyone else joining the scheme, and to restrict or cancel aspects of the scheme. So this bill is kind of an all-purpose stop the button for RHI. This is to be achieved through regulation-making powers. These include the powers to make regulations to vary the sums payable by the Department to scheme participants until the scheme is completely closed. These sums may be paid as one-offs, periodically, or in instalments, as outlined already by the Minister. The bill allows regulations to be made which may, subject to conditions, take into account a deemed or notional generation of heat based on how non-domestic RHI boilers were used in the past. This will be used to determine future closure payments to scheme participants. Such regulations will be subject to draft affirmative resolution, meaning that they will have to be debated here and passed by the Assembly. All of this can happen as soon as the bill achieves royal assent. Further to this, the Department advises that the regulations flowing from the bill could be applied retrospectively from the 1st of April 2026 if the passage of this bill is delayed. The date is key, as the Minister has already outlined. Ofgem will withdraw its administrative support from RHI at that point. While the Assembly is considering this matter, the Department is also consulting on the related closure regulations, as the Minister outlined in the opening proportion of her speech. Although those regulations are not the subject of this debate, they do give an indication of the Department's intention as to how the non-domestic scheme will actually close. Given the retrospective nature of the closure regulations, and if the bill indeed passes this stage today, the committee will seek an extension to the committee stage until the end of February 2026. This will allow members to gauge feedback to that consultation before making up their mind on the bill before us this afternoon. I will save any further comments on this for now. Dealing briefly with the proposed closure regulations, they would make an annual payment to scheme participants based on records of average historic heat usage during the period 2017 to 2019. These are to be obtained from the energy heat output recorded by Ofgem during that period. The Department seems to have advised that this is in response to the tariff cut in 2019 and the COVID pandemic, which may have led to distortion or reduction in boiler usage by operators. The closure regulations will therefore no longer require participants to continue to record and submit quarterly meter readings. However, participants will still have to keep some records of their boiler use. The revised closure tariffs are a lot more generous than the current tariffs and would also index annually with the Consumer Price Index. The payments will be made annually in arrears, as articulated by the Minister, and will continue until 20 years after the original accreditation, provided boiler installations continue to be utilised in line with the scheme regulations and subsequent guidance. As the new applicants to the scheme stopped in February 2016, all of these payments will therefore end in 2036. The closure regulations will require participants to make a declaration in respect of whether the boiler is continuing to be used in its historic mode. If it is, the participants receive 100% of historic payments at the new tariffs. If the boiler is operated at just over 50% of the historic usage, then participants still get 100% of the payments. If the boiler is used for less than 50% of its historic usage, but more than 5%, then the participant still gets a 50% payment equivalent. If the boiler is used for less than 5% of its historic usage, the participant is to get a de minimis payment equivalent to 5% of its historical use. The Department won't take reader meetings, but will carry out inspections and request evidence of heat production, for example, records of eligible fuel purchased. Inspections will check that installations remain in use, declarations are accurate, and participations comply with scheme regulations and guidance. Participants will be notified in advance if selected for inspections. Officials seem to have advised that there may be on average 1 or 2 inspections per installation in the remaining 10 years of the scheme. The Department advised that non-compliance may lead to suspension of payments, recovery of previous payments, or exclusion from future payments. The cost of this staggered closure appears to be around £196 million capital AMI plus £17 million in resource DEL over the next 10 years. This means that the annual AMI cost of the scheme has likely more than tripled from £5 million to £17 million per year. The committee was advised that the proposed regulations appear to have been designed following engagement with the Ulster Farmers Union, the Renewable Heat Association of Northern Ireland and the Federation of Small Business, and aligns with the cost models devised by Professor David Rainey at Queen's University, Belfast. Officials advised that the new tariffs will generate an internal rate of return of 12% over the 20 years of the scheme, which thus are compliant with state aid requirements. The Department assured the committee that Treasury has agreed to the increase in costs for the scheme. Given the Executive's previous experience of misunderstandings with Treasury over what it will and won't be paid for, it is perhaps not surprising that the bill includes an all-purpose stop button for RHI. However, the bill and proposed regulations do generate a lot of questions that the committee would like answered to, and I hope the Minister will provide some answer to those in her remarks. Firstly, why do this at all? Why not just continue as we are and let the contractual arrangements with RHI boiler owners run out in 10 years' time? Is it the case that these new arrangements will require renewable energy boilers to be run while also allowing the release by Treasury of approximately £15 million per annum of support for other renewable energy schemes, which presently is going unused? Secondly, if running the boilers is important, why abandon metering completely? Why not install RHI smart meters, as the Department is going to do in every household in Northern Ireland? These could be monitored remotely and likely at low cost. Payments could be made on the basis of heat actually generated, and the Department could inspect to ensure compliance. Thirdly, and digressing slightly, can the Minister explain the reason for underpinning the banding of these payments? Some members did indicate that it made no sense to award someone a 50% payment when their boiler may have only been used 6% of the time, and indeed to award 100% of payment when the boiler is in use for just 51% of historic levels. This appears to be a strange arrangement. The cost saving associated with not metering would surely be outweighed by the association of the loss of transparency. The anticipated closure regulations will be subject to draft affirmative resolution, and as you will be aware, was demonstrated this time last year, the Assembly does have the ability to vote down these regulations. The consequences of such actions may be adverse for stakeholders, as was the case for good faith boiler owners last year. In order to avoid this, could I ask the Minister to undertake that when regulations are developed, a meaningful draft will be brought to the committee as soon as possible? This will allow members some time to understand the challenge and the tariff suggested by the Department. There are, of course, two sides to the non-domestic RHI story. On the one side are the UK taxpayer, who don't want to be on the hook for millions of pounds of unnecessary expenditure, and also those who entered the scheme in good faith. With that in mind, can I ask the Minister how we can ensure, under the closure arrangements supported by the bill, that heat will be generated for useful purposes only? I said there were two sides, and we also want to ensure that we deliver a fair deal for those who entered the system correctly. So the committee will be keen also to hear evidence, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, from those participants. The fifth and final question that the committee raised during our initial deliberations was how can we be sure that once this bill is passed, the Department has the means to shut the scheme and there will indeed be a fair and equitable settlement for those good faith owners. The committee has already sought and received some answers. If the second stage is passed today, then the committee will look at that in more detail. If I just want to make some personal remarks, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I do welcome the fact that we now have a bill in front of this House. The committee, and indeed this House, was informed 18 months ago of Ofgem's decision to withdraw from the scheme, and from a personal capacity it has been disappointing that it has taken to this stage for this bill to arrive on the floor of the House. As I articulated on behalf of the committee, we are now on a very, very tight timetable to have this bill passed, closure arrangements in place before Ofgem withdraw from the scheme on the 31st of March. And given last year's debacle, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it is vital that the Department has engaged with those sectors to ensure that there is widespread support for these new arrangements. The Minister articulated in her opening remarks that she's committed to utilising the underutilised AME from the scheme, so I would be keen if the Minister could articulate what work has been done by her officials to bring forward a new scheme. When officials were before the committee just a few weeks ago, we were informed that no progress had been made on utilising the remainder of that funding. And if we are in a position that that funding is in place to try and meet the targets set by this Assembly of 80% by 2030, surely the underutilised AME within this budget will be vital to that. Tomorrow, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Northern Ireland Audit Office will pass their judgment on the Department's ability to implement their energy strategy. And it is not for me to speculate on what may be in that report, but to date, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the performance of the energy section within the Department for the Economy does raise serious questions for this House. So I will be supporting the passage of this bill to committee stage and look forward to the Minister articulating answers to the questions raised on behalf of the committee.
Thank you. Philip, I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill represents an important step towards closing a scheme that has cast a very long shadow over public confidence in government. We recognise that this legislation is also intended to bring a fair and lawful conclusion to those who entered the Renewable Heat Incentive Scheme in good faith. Businesses and individuals who followed the rules, made genuine investments in renewable energy and have lived for years with uncertainty. They deserve fairness, clarity, as the scheme is brought to a close. For that reason, we will support the principles of the bill, the principle that the non-domestic renewable heat incentive scheme should be formally and finally closed. But while we support those principles, we have serious concerns about how this has been handled and the lack of clarity about what will follow. Once again, this Assembly finds itself dealing with major legislation at the very last possible moment. This bill has been introduced under intense time pressure, with a live consultation still underway on the regulations that will give it effect, and a hard deadline approaching in April 2026, with Ofgem when it will withdraw from its role of administering the scheme. That timeline means that scrutiny of both this bill and the subordinate legislation will be compressed into a matter of weeks. And that is not how good governance should work. It is not the careful, transparent and considered process that the public expects, especially given the history of our HI. We all remember what went wrong the last time, and we all remember how the public trust was damaged. Anything bearing those three letters now must be handled with absolute care and transparency. Speaker, fairness must also be extended to the taxpayer. We have a duty to ensure that every pound of public money is used properly, monitored effectively and capable of standing up to very close scrutiny. That balance between fairness for participants and the protection of public funds is essential if we are to build public confidence. And we also must be realistic about the implications of not supporting this bill. If the Assembly were to reject it or delay it, the Department for the Economy would not have the legal powers to transfer its administration once Ofgem steps back next spring, which is pretty close in calendar time. So to put in place arrangements that must follow. So without those powers, there's a risk of a legal and administrative vacuum, essentially in limbo land, and significant uncertainty for both participants and the public purse. That is why the SDLP will support the principles of the bill. We are not convinced that the Department's current approach, or indeed its capacity, is yet sufficient to deliver a smooth and credible transition. Given the Department's historic role in this scheme, there are legitimate questions about whether robust independent oversight should form part of that process. So, Speaker, our position is clear. We support the principle, again, of closure, but we have real concerns about the process, about the timing and about the arrangement that will sit beneath this legislation. We will continue to undertake and push for proper scrutiny to secure this approach that is fair, credible and accountable and protects the public funds. This place cannot afford a repeat of the mistakes of the past. We must close the scheme properly, with fairness for participants, value for money for the public and confidence for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Sinead, I call Emma Sheeran.
I'm rising to speak very briefly, obviously in support of this legislation, and welcome the support from parties that have spoken already on this, and I suppose it's a commitment from NDNA. So at that stage all the main parties that signed up to that had made their position very clear that we wanted to see this scheme closing. Obviously, the Minister is working to try and do this in a way that best suits the public purse and the people who entered into the scheme in good faith, and in some ways have been collateral damage in the fallout from the mess that was made of this scheme at the beginning. And I think it's important that we bear that in mind. Obviously, as it goes through committee, we will have the opportunity to scrutinise all the fine details of it, and welcome the commitment from the Minister that the team who are working on this are making themselves available. So I think that it's positive that we see this pass today, and we progress and work together to deliver the best for everyone involved.
Thank you, Emma. I call David Honeyford.
Speaker, I want to be really clear from the start. For us from Alliance, we support the principle of closing RHI completely down and bringing the Surrey chapter to a final end. RHI has been an absolute disaster from the very beginning, effectively collapsed this Assembly as it was conceived and implemented without oversight, not managed, and managed with arrogance. It was a textbook example of where greed enabled by government failure. It was under the DUP's watch that happened when they were apparently in the belief that Treasury would pick up the bill, so what does it matter? And so we are today here. That led to reckless decisions that cost our public finances dearly, but actually more important and awfully to emphasise, it shattered public confidence in this institution and continues to hang a shadow over the department, and we see that and hear that every time we have them in. That has massively delayed progress towards net zero targets and energy security. Dealing with renewable energy and causing caution, moving towards any new scheme that's coming at snail's pace that we actually need yesterday as we walk into securing the future energy of this island, be that with wind, solar, biogas or hydrogen. I sit on the PAC and I see all the time from various departments that most pointedly within the Department of Economy, that RHI has single-handedly further destroyed confidence within the civil service taking decisions, any decision, and further limited any creativity within the departments, thus holding us all back without any entrepreneurial or creative ideas to today's problems. Continuing to do the same thing over and over, we continue to deliver the same outcomes. But we've got to be honest in this chamber. The DUP Minister of the day oversaw and brought us RHI, and the damage that followed for politics in Northern Ireland is a direct result of their political negligence. It now passes to all of us as our collective responsibility to bring RHI in this chapter to an end, but to do so in an orderly, transparent and fair way. This should have been sorted out years ago. And given that we're talking about it today, it shows the failure of successive previous economy ministers alongside the stop-start government to actually bring this to an end and to actually deal with it. That is a disgrace. This has now been forced by Ofgem when the timeline has been controlled by Ofgem, not by the Minister and not by the Department. The Ofgem deadline has created the circumstances of why we're here today. But I want to tease out and share the core concerns that I have moving forward. Because what we have before us today is really a really short bill, one that grants the Department the power to make regulations without any of us, or indeed the public, being able to scrutinise those regulations in the final form. We are effectively being asked to sign a blank cheque to the very department that delivered the original RHI scheme, been asked to trust that this time the detail will be right. For me, that's not good enough. And it's certainly not good enough for those who expect us to have learnt the lessons. One that brings confidence, that bringing this to a close enables that the learning allows us to move forward with confidence, free from the shackle of RHI. And when we look at the proposed regulations and fairness, the Department's consultation proposes that payments will be based on historic generation from 2017 to 19. But that raises questions of why those years. I know the Minister addressed that there, and we had an explanation at committee. But we are being told that the level of payment at that time was fair. But why have the number of users halved since that point? How can the data from nearly a decade ago accurately reflect the current usage, the technology, or our environmental targets? And if the department truly intends to close the scheme, why does it propose continuing payments up for another 10 years, running out the original 20-year term from 2012? Surely that's just an extension of RHI rather than an end to it. It doesn't sound like closure. It sounds like running down the clock on a flawed system. But can the Minister today absolutely confirm with us that the Treasury have signed off this plan, that they are agreeing with the regulations that will follow, and they agree with the approach that the Department has taken? And this will enable this Assembly to now at last will we be able to access that central funding for other renewable schemes that has been denied over the past number of years. It's critical that we hear the answer to those questions, that we actually can move forward. When we look at value for money, we need a clear explanation of how this delivers value for money and how it delivers on our climate objectives. Confidence in renewables starts with confidence in governance, and quite frankly, we can't build tomorrow's energies on yesterday's mistakes. And I hope the Minister can give reassurance that the environmental benefits that come from this scheme will not be lost, that we cannot afford another decade of delay dressed up as delivery. It ensures fairness for all those that participated in good faith, but also doesn't allow others to take advantage. And when we look at payments, the proposed payment models also raises plenty of questions. Paying for heat that isn't generated isn't reform, it's repetition of previous mistakes. How does this deliver value for money to the public purse when I have 51% output yet I get 100% payment, or I have 6% output and I get 50% payment? That is not policy, that is paying for inactivity. How can the public have faith in a system that rewards outputs that doesn't exist? Those who invested in good faith deserve fairness, not fudged. But fairness cannot mean overpaying for boilers that aren't even running, or aren't even running to the percentage that they're being paid. The Department can't claim lessons have been learned if the new model still rewards inefficiency and penalises integrity. The rate has obviously been too low for some time. Is this the way that you're backdating payments, by paying for heat that isn't actually been generated? And when we look at oversight and fraud and inspection, the Department says it will remove the need for quarterly meter readings, relying instead of an annual declaration and occasional inspections. With the advancement of technology since the RSI scheme came in, why are we moving backwards? Why did the Department go for less checks? How can the Minister give us, and I hope the Minister can give us a clear answer to that? Surely there are now digital solutions, as Philip has mentioned, simple solution that can easily monitor simply in real time, that wouldn't cost more than creating a new department to make visits. The entire point of the RHI scandal was a lack of proper monitoring and oversight. If we're removing even the few checks that remain, how can we be confident that the fraud that we won't see creep back in? We're told there will be a new fraud policy, and I'd like the Department to spell out really clearly of what that will look like. We heard a little while back at committee that every boiler will be visited once over the next 10 years. So if you think that through at once, so if a boiler is checked next year, then the owner can be pretty confident that it won't be checked again for the entire lifespan of the 10 years. So how will that work in practice? And why should we believe that this time it will be different than the first scheme's control that failed so comprehensively? We've also seen no evidence that the Department has resourced the necessary inspection regime to ensure that the boilers are still in genuine use, or the heat generated is actually used for the purpose that it was installed for. Cash for ash was the headline before, and we absolutely must be confident that we don't see a repeat of that. On delay and the credibility, I have to ask, it is the 20th of October, so why now? We were told that this was urgent, yet we've had years to address it. If it was urgent today, it was urgent years ago. At a time when the Minister could have brought this forward, at any time, the Minister could have brought this forward, given that the bill is 2.5 pages long. I don't think there's any member of this chamber that believes this hasn't been drafted for quite some time. If it hasn't, why has it not been brought to us? We can't wait until this process is almost timed out. The consultation only launched at the end of last month. It closes at the end of November, yet the bill is before us today. This time last year in committee I asked a question and was told it would come forward in the new year. By new year, I think everybody in the room was pretty clear that that meant January or February. Technically, nobody misled the committee. Technically, they answered correctly because it's still 2025. But my goodness, bringing it at the end of October, almost a year later, is stretching the understanding of what was said. And by stretching that understanding, it stretches the trust that we have in the department. And so I look for things that they're hiding from sight. If the department could have brought forward tariff adjustments or closure arrangements sooner or at any time, I'm left wondering why they didn't or they haven't. Why it took 18 months of behind-the-scenes work to consult on just 3 groups, to arrive at a proposal that leaves many unanswered questions and queries. This then leaves me with a feeling that maybe we've been deliberately left to the last minute to actually try and bypass any committee stage and force this through regardless of anyone's opinion. If that is the case, it will be a really new low and another push against the trust that has been built up, working together as a committee to deliver better for people. And when we look at trust, we've been asked to trust the department that designed and saw and oversaw and defended the original RHI scheme. Frankly, that trust must be earned, and it hasn't been. There has been little given out that would change that opinion and little reassurance that they're on top of this. And to close, Principal Deputy Speaker, Alliance support the principle of closure, but closure must be done in the right way. And I want to record my disappointment at how this has been rushed and limited time for committee in this assembly. And given we have a similar debate a year ago when we were told it would come forward in the new year, this shouldn't be hidden behind departmental regulations and definitely should not be at the expense of fairness and transparency. We will not give the department a blank cheque. We will not endorse a process that risks repeating the same failures that caused this scandal in the first place. We cannot close one scandal and create the conditions for the next. And I look forward to hearing from the Minister to answer through those questions raised and bring reassurance to this House that they are in control and actually have the ability to deliver on what they're saying. Our constituents from right across this region deserve to move forward knowing that the mistakes of RHI have been learnt, the processes in place to make sure they are never repeated again. They also deserve a department that isn't living under the cloud and the ghost of RHI, that is simply not a quiet extension under a different name. To do it properly, do it openly, and finally, let's bring this sorry chapter to an end in a way that commands the respect of everyone across this House. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank you for affording me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the second stage of the non-domestic RHI scheme. And like others, I do support comments that have gone before with seeking reassurances and expressing concerns. The UUP will support in principle the scheme closure, and I too, like the Chair of the Economy Committee, I too share his view that this bill may prove contentious. Some worries and concerns have been outlined by fellow members of the committee. The public and many others, firstly, I think the messaging around this bill needs to be clear and concise and give the assurances that the public seek. The public and many others will struggle to understand how it can be presented as a closure bill when the department itself admits the payments will continue until 2036 and in some cases at an increased rate. If we extend payments for another decade, we are not closing the scheme, we are rebranding it. And this looks more like a legacy payment scheme than a genuine closure. And the Assembly must be honest and transparent with the public, particularly when confidence remains at an all-time low following the legacy of RHI. My question, therefore, to the Minister is, are we achieving actual financial savings, or is this just a case of rebranding and rebadging? Members will recall that the original RHI collapsed because controls were too weak, oversight was inconsistent and accountability was blurred. Yet under the Department's current proposal, metering will end, quarterly readings will stop, and some inspections will even be announced in advance. This feels that we haven't learned our lessons, and it risks setting us up for failure and potentially another scandal. Today, I'm seeking an assurance from the Minister that the Department will ensure sufficient safeguards are in place to guarantee boilers are genuinely in use, not sitting idle while payments continue. And others have referred to the payment tariffs. And this means unannounced inspections and independent verifications of annual declarations. Good faith participants should have no objections to this. The Department has said it does not have the capacity to carry out meter readings now that Ofgem is stepping away from April 2026. But that is not an acceptable reason to weaken safeguards. It is an argument for strengthening internal capacity. If we could measure heat output between 2017 and 2019, as I asked in committee last week, why can the same mechanism not be used going forward? The technology and data exist. Without ongoing metering, independent verification and advance notice of inspections, the system risks reverting to the same complacency that led to previous failures. I will await the Minister's comment on this. Clause 1, item 6, effectively allows the Department to alter the scheme from time to time. This acts as a potential get-out clause, meaning that even after this bill passes, the Department could continue to adjust payments or conditions without returning to the Assembly for a fresh mandate. Officials insist any changes would follow due process, but we have seen before how due process can become a tick-box exercise rather than real accountability. My request to the Minister today is that if the bill grants such broad regulatory powers, can she show how it can also include statutory reporting requirements and Assembly oversight to match? We cannot underestimate the reputational damage that ongoing RHI payments continue to inflict on public confidence in government here in Northern Ireland. The phrase, as others have said, the phrase RHI still provokes public anger and mistrust, and the Department should fully assess the reputational risk of maintaining payments under that name for another decade. It must be stressed that many boiler owners joined the scheme in good faith. The Department for Agriculture, under the leadership of the then Minister Michelle O'Neill, organised 60 workshops up to the end of 2015, explaining the benefits of this scheme, and indeed the scheme ensured tangible benefits by producing heating for poultry houses, which improved environmental conditions for chickens, reducing infection and improving performances. Many of those farm families who were encouraged to attend the workshops were innocent participants and are the same farming families constantly under the cosh today. And we owe it to them to ensure fairness and transparency in bringing this sorry saga to a close. Therefore, I ask the Minister why the Department cannot reconstitute any legacy arrangements under a separate mechanism with a new governance model to help rebuild trust. Before the Assembly grants the Department new powers, we must be satisfied that the lessons of the RHI inquiry have been fully implemented. To this I ask, have Sir Patrick Coughlin's recommendations been fully considered when drafting this bill? The public deserves assurance that the Department is not simply repeating history. The Department's own documentation shows tariffs for small and medium biomass boilers increasing by up to fourfold. For example, a lower medium tier 1 tariff rising from 2.2 pence to 6.1 pence per kilowatt hour. What justification exists for such significant increases? And how can the Minister assure the Assembly that it will not once again deliver excessive rates of return to participants? The target return is 12%, yet there is no clear evidence that this will be achieved consistently or that outliers won't benefit disproportionately. The total projected cost of closure payments is $213 million to 2036, $196 million in scheme payments and $17 million for administration. That mirrors the cost of simply keeping the scheme open. So where is the saving? $17 million for administration, including inspections, compliance and IT systems, is a significant amount for a department still rebuilding public trust after the last RHI. Again, I turn to the Minister to ask what measures are in place to ensure this compliance regime delivers value for money and operates independently from those who manage the original scheme. In closing, an important consideration is that based on this RHI scheme, will any future new renewable energy scheme find difficulties in attracting participants? And should there not be enough uptake in future renewable energy schemes, or do we continue giving money back to Westminster? I would urge the Department to seriously consider anaerobic digestion as part of the food and energy security debate. I would welcome the Minister's views on anaerobic digestion as a solution for agri byproducts and renewable energy targets. The Ulster Unionist Party recognises the need to move on from RHI, but we will not support a process that simply rebrands it. There must be clear reporting obligations, independent auditing by the Northern Ireland Audit Office, and a statutory duty of transparency requiring the Department to publish annual data on payments, inspections and administrative costs. Only then can we say we have truly learned the lessons of RHI and have begun to rebuild the public's confidence in how Northern Ireland manages its energy policy. The Ulster Unionist Party supports the principle of closure, but we would not support a process that reopens old wounds. This bill must deliver closure in substance, not just in name. If this Assembly is to pass legislation in the shadow of RHI, it must be legislation that restores trust. That means openness, accountability and fiscal discipline, not another blank cheque for a department to manage behind closed doors. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Diana. I call you Finnegan.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak in support of this bill.
For her clear and determined leadership in bringing this legislation before the Assembly. The Minister has rightly focused on fairness, value for money and the need to protect public finances, but from an environmental perspective, this legislation also represents an opportunity to reset, refocus and to build something better. We know that decarbonising heat is one of the most complex and critical challenges in our journey to net zero. It requires innovation, investment and a clear policy framework. The legacy of the RHI scheme has made that harder, but this bill begins to clear the way. I want to emphasise the importance of ensuring that any future scheme is designed with climate impact front and centre. That means supporting technologies and genuinely reducing emissions, prioritising energy efficiency and ensuring that the support reaches those who need it most, including our rural communities, low-income houses and small businesses. We must also learn from the past. Any new scheme must be robust, well regulated and built on clear principles of sustainability and fairness. It must support our climate targets, stimulate local supply chains and contribute to a just transition for workers and communities. This bill gives the Department the powers it needs to close the current scheme to begin shaping a better future for renewable heat policy here in the North. I fully support the legislation and I look forward to working with colleagues across the Assembly to ensure that what comes next is ambitious, credible and delivers for both people and the planet. Garmila Mayagav.
Thank you, Aoife. I call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker. Without rehearsing the arguments of the last number of years, it is really important to say at the outset that RHI has been an unmitigated disaster for Northern Ireland. It's been detrimental to our economy, to taxpayers, and ultimately to faith in our politics and to these institutions. It's a buzzword for failure, poor governance and collapse, and the damage to public trust is perhaps one of the most enduring legacies of the RHI saga that continues to plague our discussions around this bill and the wider effort to close the scheme. It is right and proper that good faith boiler owners have a fair settlement that ensures they are not unduly punished for the failures of the scheme as a whole. However, there does need to be a lot more clarity provided in relation to the banded nature of the proposed payments. The Department calls this system a common sense approach, but as several other speakers have already set out, there are questions to be asked about the way the bands have been broken down. Under the proposed system, when an installation is operated for less than 50% but more than 5% of historic heat output, the payment would be for 50% of historic heat output. That means someone using a boiler for 10% or even 6% of the time could be eligible for payments covering 50% of usage, as my colleague set out earlier. When I commented on this in committee, when the officials came to brief us on the bill, I said that my main concern with this process is to do with trust. We all agree that the RHI scheme needs to close, but we need to assure ourselves that there is sufficient trust in the system and in the department to deliver a rational, fair and efficient closure of the scheme. The bill gives significant power to the department without much clarity on what exactly they are going to do with that power, and my colleague David Honeyford set that out in detail. Without the regulations in front of us, it's very difficult to understand how the department expects us to pass this bill as it stands. So I welcomed reassurance that the regulations would come to the committee stage, and it's on that basis that I'm happy to support this at this stage. We'll need the Minister to provide the clarity that we need in the committee and in this chamber to give us confidence to move forward. We need to see trust rebuilt to allow us to vote for this legislation. So we'll be supporting the passage of the second stage, but there still remain a number of questions that must be answered at the committee stage of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I call Timothy Gosson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, when considering the closure of RHI, one must remember that there were and are many legitimate participants who signed up to this scheme in good faith and with the correct motivations. Legitimate boiler owners have been left high and dry, including the 304 accredited systems in North Antrim. Instead of bringing clarity, this bill, as it's currently presented, raises more questions than it answers. I am concerned, like many of the other members in the chamber today, that this bill risks repeating the very mistakes that led to RHI scandal in the first place. Those flaws were recently spelt out in an article by someone who literally wrote a book on RHI, Belfast Telegraph's Sam McBride. We are being asked to pass a bill that empowers the department, the very same department that helped to make this mess, to make the regulations to close the scheme. Clause 1.7 gives the department powers to determine how closure payments are calculated. We already know that the tariffs are currently out for consultation, but this bill does not specify any methodology, leaving entirely to this department whether payments are based on actual usage estimates or some other approach. Ofgem stepping away offers no excuses for us to step away from actual meter readings. Can the Minister confirm what safeguards will be included in the regulations to prevent overpayments or abuse? We have heard from the Chairman of the committee here today that we'll be looking at banding for payments. Why don't then these regulations require actual meter readings? From what I have heard today, payments will be based on guesses, as Sam McBride has warned. The bill allows for periodic payments until the scheme is completely closed under Clause 1.6a. Clause 1.7 gives the Minister erroneous discretion. Does that mean participants could continue to receive large payments for years to come while the public are told that the scheme is closed? The Department's consultation suggests that closure payments may be based on historic output from 2017 to 2019. Can you confirm, Minister, the rationale why that period has been chosen? This isn't realistic to the actual usage that the boiler owners are using today. Will participants be allowed to challenge these calculations if they believe that the baseline is inaccurate? Then there is the question of oversight and anti-fraud measures. Clause 1.8 and Clause 1.9 of the bill allows the Department to enter into agreements and make administrative arrangements, but there is no requirement for meaningful inspections or enforcements. Can the Minister assure the House that she will not simply rely on the light touch oversight that history tells us is woefully inadequate for this scheme? How many inspections will there be, and how will that then verify that the boiler owners are actually using them to produce heat rather than generating profits from subsidies? Does the use of banding payments not encourage boiler owners to do that? Minister, we also need to see that the bill will give retrospective effect for payments or obligations under Clause 110? Can the Minister confirm that no regulation will penalise participants for actions taken in good faith under the existing scheme? Will there be explicit protections for those who acted responsibly? Finally, there is a question of fiscal control. The consultation and indeed the media coverage suggested a potential cost of £196 million, but the bill gives no statutory cap. How can the Minister guarantee that public money will be spent efficiently and not rise further, given the Department's record on this scheme to date? Minister, I asked you to clarify on each of these points today, so that members of this House can be confident that this bill delivers real closure and not another decade of mismanagement. Until that assurance is given, I remain deeply concerned about both the bill and the regulations that it will enable.
Thank you, Timothy. I call on the Minister for the Economy to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Minister.
And I thank members for their consideration of the bill. Whilst the bill does not directly make any changes to the scheme, it is an important step towards fulfilling the New Decade, New Approach commitment endorsed by the current Executive to close the scheme. It provides the Department with the powers that will be needed to bring forward regulations under draft affirmative process, setting out arrangements for closure. As I said in my opening speech, those arrangements remain under development. The public consultation is currently seeking views on the proposals to ensure that closure is implemented in a way that achieves fairness to participants and to the wider taxpayer. I'm going to try and respond to the various points that members have made in the course of the debate today. And I'll start with the committee chair, and if I don't cover all your points, feel free to come in. So why not allow it to continue as it currently is, at the level that it currently is? I know the member will be aware of previous court proceedings where the judge had indicated that there needed to be an amending of the tariff, and we have worked alongside industry experts to develop the proposed tariff. And that has been modelled, as has been described by officials, both by the Department and by Professor David Rooney, to ensure that where we are proposing to go with the tariffs is the correct way forward. In terms of metering, if we continue to meter, we're not effectively closing the scheme. We are not given certainty in terms of what the payments will be on an annual basis, and having certainty on what the payments will be on an annual basis is key to being able to unlock the AMI, which it brings me to another of the committee chair's points about why we are bringing forward with the approach that we are. And it is because we want to ensure that we finally deal with the RHI scheme. We deal with it in a way that is fair both to participants and taxpayers, but that it also gives us that ability to access that AMI funding that we are not currently able to access, and to put it to good use. In terms of the bringing forward of regulations, I'm happy to commit to the committee chair that when we have those, that we will share with the committee, and that they have the opportunity to scrutinise those appropriately. Obviously, the bill that we are dealing with today is given the Department the power to develop the regulations, but the regulations are still subject to the scrutiny of both the committee and this chamber. And there is an opportunity for this chamber to do as it did last year and vote the regulations down, because it is a draft affirmative process that is in place for the regulations that are to be developed. In terms of how we are monitoring the use of the meters, as has been described, I think both in the consultation and in when officials were attending committee, there is an intention to have an inspection process in place, and that will be both physical inspections, but also that participants will be required to sign an annual declaration, and there will be required to provide information which confirms that the installations are continuing to be used for useful purposes. I think that I have dealt with the committee chair's questions, but if he wants to intervene, I'm happy to take one. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you for covering those. Just in terms of, and I know it's not within the scope of this bill per se, but it's that underutilised AME. So can you confirm, one, what the figure of that currently is to the House, but secondly, what work your officials are doing to advance a scheme that can then draw down that funding? Because obviously if we're going to close this scheme, and this bill come past by March of this year, we then need to have a new scheme ready to rock. So just some views on that.
Yeah, and I thank the member for reminding me of that question, and Mr Honeyford raised a similar question in relation to the AME. So we have to have the RHI scheme closed and the certainty on the way forward for that, to engage with Treasury about the AME that will then be able to be accessed and Treasury are aware that that is what we intend to do and are content to engage with us about using that AME for a purpose that is in line with what the original intent of the scheme was, so renewable heat. So the department will be bringing forward proposals in terms of how we will make use of that going forward. I think Emma and Sinead both, broadly supportive of the direction of travel, although I do note Sinead's caveats in terms of her comments, and I know Sinead will be scrutinising the legislation as it goes through committee. On David's points, as I have mentioned, I think I've dealt with some of them in responding to the committee chair, and I suppose why are we keeping the payments going? Sorry, do you want? Yeah.
I just want to clarify that exactly. So the Treasury are happy. You're saying there's two effective. You're either running at 100% or you're on at 50%. But the Treasury are happy that somebody running at 60%, say, get full payment. They're getting paid for heat that isn't generated. Is that happy? And just to clarify as well, that we can actually access the funds for the rest of the renewable sector once we move forward.
In terms of what Treasury have agreed to so far, they are aware of what has been proposed in the business case, and they are content with what has been put forward in respect of that. In terms of the AME that will be freed up, we will have to re-engage with Treasury about accessing it. They know that it is our intention to. I'm sure the member and everybody in this chamber will know that when you're dealing with Treasury, they want to know what your exact proposals are before they will give you a commitment about whether or not you can access the funding. So once we are in a position and know what amount of funding is going to be utilised out of the existing AME, and that is why it is important that we do have that certainty around what the annual payments are going to be. The process that we are setting out in terms of having the deemed heat as the way of calculating the payments going forward allows us to have that confirmation of what the funding envelope that is required is going to be, and that gives us the ability then to know what excess AME that we have to access in terms of bringing forward an additional scheme in line with the similar principles. And I think that the member raised some questions about why we weren't on one hand continuing to pay participants over a number of years, but also raised questions about how we can make sure that they are actually using the heat for useful purposes. If we do a one-off payment, there is no ability to then ensure that the heat is being generated for useful purposes, that there is the appropriate safeguards in place. That is one of the reasons why we are taking the approach that we are, to have that inspection regime in place, to have the declaration and the requirement for records to be shared on an annual basis to release the payment. So I think we are trying to strike the balance here, both in terms of giving the certainty about the funding that is going to be required to allow us to access the AME, and to be fair both to participants and to taxpayers about what we are doing going forward.
I appreciate the Minister for giving way and for articulating answers to some of the questions. I just want to push just in relation to the timeline for the new scheme, let's call it. So Treasury won't engage until there's a new proposal on the table. officials won't fully work up a new proposal until there's certainty, but given it's likely that this is going to move into committee, that can now advance. So can the Minister outline to the House today when she expects officials to have a concrete alternative proposal that we can then scrutinise and then we can all get behind to back going forward to Treasury to support?
Yeah, so as I had set out, Treasury have advised they will need to review the detail of any future proposals and ensure that they are in line with the original policy intention. And as I mentioned, obviously that's renewable heat. Heat pumps, for example, were part of the original RHI, so that would be consistent with the work that is being progressed by the Department, but also in line with the original intention. I would imagine that a new support scheme will need to be consulted on, so we would be hoping to do that in 2026 and to be in the position to spend in 26-27 financial year. I think Mr Honeyford also raised the question of why we are bringing the bill at this point. Excuse me. Obviously, we had to get executive approval for the proposals that we have. A lot of work has been done by officials and participants and representatives over the course of the past number of months to get us to the position where we do have a set of proposals that does have the support or broad endorsement of those who are going to be in receipt of the payments going forward. And I think that was really important work for us to have done to get us to this point. So we then obviously had to engage with the executive to agree the way forward, and thankfully executive colleagues have endorsed the way forward. Once we have consulted on the regulations, we will return to the executive for final approval on those. Mr Gaston, in responding to some of your comments, I think some of them have been dealt with already in the course of responding to other members. I think that you also mentioned about participants having the ability to appeal and if there will be enforcement, and the regulations will include both of those elements. So that is currently being consulted on and will be included in the regulations going forward. You also raised the issue of cost. The 196 million projected cost is the max cost based on all of the participants potentially taking up the payments. So that, I suppose, gives us the certainty around the amount that the proposed scheme is going to cost going forward. And as it says previously, that gives us that certainty then to be able to engage with Treasury about utilising the unused Amy. I'm going to conclude at this point. I'm really grateful to those who've contributed. Sorry, go ahead.
Minister, while you're here today, and it's just pushing you further on the payments and using the historic data from 2017-2019 and the comments we've heard about the banding, what protections can you put in place that a boiler owner knows exactly what he produced during that, or what output he used during them periods, sets his dial at using 55% of his output, but then secures 100% payment? What safeguards can you put in place to ensure that that isn't used and that isn't driven towards people maximising what they can get out of this scheme?
And I thank the member for his intervention. Yes, as it says, the tariffs have been developed based on the period of time that it was deemed to be most fair in terms of the tariff that was being paid to participants. And as I think the member will be well aware about the trajectory in terms of the cost of fuel post-COVID and beyond, and that period represents what is believed to be the best period in terms of fair usage. It was after the unfair tariffs, so the over payments had been corrected, and it represented a fair price at that point. And that is why that period has been used to determine and to predict the way forward in terms of payments. In terms of what the payment actually covers, it is the production of heat, but it is also the maintenance and the cost of fuel that is taken account of in terms of the payment that is being made. And as I have said to other members, in terms of ensuring that the heat is actually being generated and used for useful purposes, they have the inspection regime and the declaration and the requirement to provide information and records on an annual basis to ensure that that is the case, and there will be an inspection regime to support that. So I am asking members for their support today to agree the second stage of this bill so that it can be referred to the Economy Committee for more detailed scrutiny, and I'm sure that officials will be happy to engage with the questions that members have been posing throughout the course of the debate today. I assure the House that my department will provide whatever support the committee requires to complete its committee, and I now commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the second stage of the RHI closure of non-domestic scheme bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on strengthening storm resilience excuse me, and infrastructure preparedness. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes with concern the increasing frequency and severity of storms, which have caused widespread disruption to electricity, broadband, transport and essential public and community services across Northern Ireland. Further notes that these events have exposed weaknesses in communication, coordination and infrastructure resilience, particularly in rural and isolated areas. Expresses concern at the confusion during recent storms when delayed and inconsistent messages from the Education Authority about school closures left parents, pupils and staff struggling to make last-minute arrangements. Recognises the need for clearer contingency planning, stronger leadership and better coordination between departments and agencies, and calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to lead a cross-departmental review to improve communication, strengthen infrastructure and emergency response systems, and ensure that communities and essential services are better protected during future severe weather events.
Thank you, and I call on Robbie Butler to move the motion.
Move, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshal's list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Mr Butler, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's absolutely a matter of fact that Northern Ireland this year has been subject to a series of increasingly severe storms. And these storms have left a trail of damage and destruction that is both physical and deeply human. Families, farmers and entire communities have faced fallen trees, toppling poles, flooded roads, the danger of aquaplaning vehicles and in many cases community and individual isolation. This extreme weather has exposed our vulnerabilities. It has reminded us painfully that we are not adequately prepared. The time for reaction is over and the time for preparation must begin. It is only inevitable that these storms will come again. And so it is our responsibility to act together now to build long-term effective solutions that will protect lives, homes and livelihoods. But first of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to express my support for the residents of County Down and Newcastle in particular, who over the weekend endured heavy rainfall and flooding that left many fearing for their lives and the safety of their homes. And I'm sure that many, if not all of us, have seen the pictures, the video footage of the properties that were damaged, particularly in and around the Tullybrannigan area, which was cut off, where residents were left feeling trapped and helpless. And what makes this all the more frustrating is that much of this was predictable and to an extent preventable. With better planning, coordination and communication, we really could make a difference. And that's why today's motion and debate are not just necessary, it's urgent. We must close the gaps in our storm preparedness and put in place permanent, long-term solutions rather than short-term fixes. Rural areas, as always, tend to suffer most. When the storms hit, they are often the last to be reconnected. Very often, they're the last to receive help. And I'm often asked, are we the first to be forgotten? Limited infrastructure and stretched emergency services mean that when trees fall or flooding occurs, small villages and farms can be cut off entirely. During Storm Eowyn, many rural homes, farms and businesses were left without electricity for weeks. And I know that MLAs across this chamber worked tirelessly to get people reconnected. People faced devastating losses of livestock and property. Better rural connectivity and stronger infrastructure are absolutely key if we are serious about protecting these communities. Mr Deputy Speaker, the threat to life posed by extreme weather, I don't believe, is fully recognised. Even after the devastation of Storm Eowyn and Storm Amy, too often we focus on the visible damage, the fallen trees, the flooded roads and the power outages. But we sometimes forget that behind these stories are people whose lives are genuinely at risk. We need much stronger collaboration between councils, emergency responders and national agencies. And I want to put on record my thanks to those people who do respond. Communication is crucial, however, not to create panic, but to educate and empower communities to act early and to stay safe. These improvements could quite literally mean the difference between life and death. I'm going to turn very briefly to our modern healthcare system, where more people than ever rely on medical equipment at home. Oxygen machines, ventilators and other devices, where an interruption to electricity or broadband is not merely an inconvenience, it can be life-threatening. And we must give those people consistency, assurance and protection. The recent storms have also raised serious questions about the efficiency of our emergency systems. So take, for instance, the late notice from the Education Authority regarding school closures on Friday, the 3rd of October. Many parents and staff were left scrambling at the last minute, while public transport had already been suspended. And that confusion was unnecessary, and I would say avoidable. So the early activation of emergency plans with clearer coordination can prevent panic and help keep people safe. Our power network too remains outdated and vulnerable. It is fragile, and every major storm exposes that weakness, Mr Deputy Speaker. But despite repeated opportunities, we have not yet fully embraced renewable resources like wind, solar, hydro and anaerobic digestion. Doing so would not only strengthen our energy security, which needs to become a serious matter for debate, but also it would decentralise generation and would also move us towards a more sustainable and resilient future. But we should also look outward. Other countries have faced even harsher weather. From the Netherlands to Australia, we can see cases where they have shown what can be achieved through investment and, in particular, resilient flood defences and community-based preparedness. In Australia, for example, flash flood response relies heavily on education and local drills. And I believe that Northern Ireland can and should learn from these international examples, adopting what works, adapting what doesn't, and building a strategy fit for our very unique landscape. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, as we look to the future, we must also ensure that our ambition for green, energy-efficient communities goes hand in hand with building storm-proof, resilient communities. Sustainability and strength must be integrated. It is not one or the other. We need to create homes and neighbourhoods that are as efficient as they are robust. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing, let us act with urgency, focus on collaboration, let us ensure that every community, whether it's rural or urban, is not just ready but empowered when the next storm arrives. We owe it to the people that we represent and their communities, and to let them know they're not defined by tomorrow's storms, that this chamber is speaking about it today and we are going to act. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Okay, members, as question time begins today at 2 p.m, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. This debate will continue after the urgent oral questions this afternoon, and after they've been taken, and the next member to speak in this debate will be Philip Brett to move the amendment. Take your ease.
Executive Office, Nicole David Honeyford.
We do not underestimate the importance of having a strategic focus on Europe as our closest neighbour. Following Brexit, our officials continue to explore how best to engage strategically to manage the challenges of our new relationship, as well as to maximise the opportunities it presents. That work has been considered as part of the development of the new overarching international relations strategy, and it will intersect with broader executive and departmental strategies and actions. We live in an increasingly connected, interconnected world, one where developments and decisions elsewhere impact on us directly. If we are to drive prosperity and tackle disadvantage across our communities and to deliver on our programme for government ambitions, we must engage with key international partners, and this will be important in setting out our longer-term approach to global engagement.
Mr Honeyford.
Thank you, First Minister, for your response. Our relationship, regardless of Brexit, our relationship with the rest of Europe has come more complex and difficult, and as citizens and business it's absolutely essential that we engage positively and productively with our European neighbours. So can you commit today to advancing a strategy so that there's something concrete in place before the end of this mandate?
Yes, I can tell you that we're moving closer towards finalising an international relations strategy which will obviously focus on all of our international relations, but in particular in a post-Brexit world, our relationship with Europe more generally. And I can say to the member that, certainly there's a recognition that Europe remains one of our most significant partners for trade, for investment, for cultural exchange. And I think that when you look at our own international relations strategy, it's going to be supported by both thematic and regional delivery plans, and I think that's all going to be important. But we're engaging constantly, I think, in an ever more increasing number with the ambassadors that are choosing to visit here and actually to talk to us about building those relationships, and I think that's going to be really, really important. So I'm hoping to be able to come to the House in the near future with a new international relations strategy.
Declan Kearney.
To thank the First Minister for her answer so far.
To the economic element of our relationship with Europe. You mentioned in your TCI speech a few days ago that the North is now can boast that the Titanic Centre is one of the most attractive visitor experiences in Europe, that we are now looking at cruises becoming more popular in this destination than any other part of Europe in a relative sense. And then in the context of the all-island economy,
Mr. Kearney.
In the context of the all-island economy, our exports are growing. Therefore, Minister, would you agree with me that now is the time for us to maximise our access to the dual market economy?
First Minister.
Yes, in short, absolutely. You mentioned the TCI conference. That was a conference last week that I spoke at, and the Taoiseach also spoke at. And the whole theme of the conference itself was around clustering and how we work together. And I took the opportunity actually at that event to talk about MEGA, which is a fantastic example of advanced manufacturing coming together right across my constituency and neighbouring constituencies. And I think that it's a real good example of how collaboratively we can work together. As you've rightly referenced, the dual market access that we have, and that's what I spoke about at the event, the fact that we now have that unique access for our local businesses in terms of trade freely with both the EU and the British markets, two of the world's largest international markets, giving us access to more than 500 million customers and a net worth of over 6 trillion. So that's why it's really, really important that we continue to reach for all of those opportunities to create more jobs and to grow our economy. We have this unique selling point now, then we have to really maximise it, and that's certainly at the heart of the work of the Economic Department and through Dr. Kiva Archibald. And as I said earlier, in terms of international relations more generally, in the last month we have met a considerable number of ambassadors that are choosing to visit here to talk about areas of partnership, areas where we can engage, areas where we can grow international trade. So I think we need to continue to grab on to the dual market access and really maximise it to our benefit.
Edmund Loughlin.
The UK Chancellor recently announced plans for a new youth mobility agreement with the EU. Has the Executive made any formal representations to ensure that our young people here are included in that scheme?
Minister.
Yes, we actually raised this issue at a recent meeting we had with a British Government Minister whose name just now escapes me, but we did actually have the discussion around youth mobility Clearly there's a whole new strategic focus with a new partnership arrangement between both the British Government and the EU, and the youth mobility schemes built into that. But our young people should be afforded the opportunity to have that freedom of movement, so we will continue to make that case.
Timothy Gaston.
Question 2.
Recent comments quoted within the BBC Borderland podcast are a matter for those who were interviewed. Our department has been representing the interests of victims and survivors for many years. We remain committed to ensuring that their needs continue to be met. A key commitment within the Victims and Survivors strategy is to provide support for victims and survivors, for their families as they move forward from experiences of the past. The strategy also recognises the importance of truth and justice, and the need to work towards greater societal recognition of the hurt, loss and trauma of our past. We will continue to provide support for victims and survivors in dealing with the legacy of the past, and we will take a flexible approach to deal with changing needs and circumstances.
Mr. Gaston.
The front page of today's Irish News is a story about the revelations in a podcast about the Enniskillen Poppy Day massacre. Does the First Minister agree that the IRA were guilty of murder? No weaseled or honeyed words, First Minister. Was Enniskillen an example of mass murder, yes or no?
First Minister.
As the member knows, and I've said it on many occasions in this House, there are many injustices and tragedies in our past, and our job is to try to heal the wounds of the past. Our job is to try to ensure that we support victims and survivors. There are many people who've been impacted by the conflict here, and we shouldn't be selective, and we also equally shouldn't try to pawn victims in this place for political point scoring. Let's work together to support all victims and survivors.
First Minister, I know that you have previously acknowledged that every death during the conflict years left a deep legacy of suffering and trauma. Given the deep suffering and trauma carried by so many families and victims right across our society and beyond, how can we ensure that in this chamber there is less petty politicking and further using and abusing of victims, and that we conduct ourselves in a manner that is about acknowledging all loss, with all taking responsibility for what was done in their name?
Thank you to the member for the question, and also for the tone in which you presented it, because I think it is important that we reflect on the fact that at the heart of this conversation are people who have been impacted by conflict and people who have been hurt, and we must never forget all those that have lost their lives, who've died or have been injured, or indeed their families who still deal with the grief. I've said it in this chamber again many times that I regret every single loss of life in the conflict, and I will work every day with others to ensure that we continue the work of reconciliation, that we continue to support our victims and survivors. But the member is absolutely right to highlight that the pain of victims and survivors should never be used to score points in this place or to reopen old wounds time and time again, week after week. We'd be much better working together in this chamber to try to heal the wounds of the past and actually build a brighter and better future.
Cameron.
Mr. Speaker, the First Minister has previously said that there was no alternative to IRA violence, and her party colleague Michelle Gildernew has now stated that murder was justified. How can victims have any confidence in the First Minister and her party to represent their interests?
I've set out in my original answer just the work that we are carrying forward in our Executive Office in terms of support for victims and survivors, and we will continue to do so. The comments reflected by other commentators in a podcast or any other public forum are for them to answer for.
Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answer so far. So, given the change of focus of the new legacy proposals that are put forward in the joint framework, what work will your department do with others to ensure that we can see a delivery of sustainable long-term reconciliation on this island? Thank you.
Minister.
So the member will be aware that just towards the end of last week the British Government have published the legislative text, and I think we're all taking a look through that to ensure that it does what it needs to, which is to command the support of victims and survivors, and equally that it's human rights compliant. I think there's an opportunity to help all those people who've been impacted by conflict with the right legislation, but there has to be the right legislation, and it has to meet those tests, and it has to command the confidence of victims and survivors. In terms of reconciliation, I think that's the work of all of us who are elected to this chamber. In terms of reconciliation, I think we all should step outside our comfort zones, we all should reach out to each other, and we all should do everything we can to build a better future. I certainly will continue to lead the way in that regard, and I know that many others in this chamber are also committed to that too.
John Burrows.
Mr Speaker, I was on Nolan last week with the First Minister's former colleague Francie Malloy, and he said that anyone with information about Republican atrocities like the Enniskillen bomb should give it to the police for criminal investigation. Does she believe that anyone with information about crimes committed by either loyalist or Republican terrorists should give it to the lawful authority to support a criminal investigation? Yes or no?
And again, as I said previously, I'm not going to comment on how others choose to conduct themselves in a public forum, but I also would encourage you not to be selective in terms of what you choose to pick out. I think it's important that we deal with the past holistically. I think it's important that people information do come forward. I think it's important that we find a way to heal the wounds of the past, but we'll only do that if we work together instead of point scoring.
Greg Hall.
The international relations strategy is under development with intersect with broader executive and departmental strategies and actions. It will be important in setting out our longer-term approach to global engagement. Our officials have engaged extensively with partners in local government in the development of our strategy. They host quarterly discussions with representatives of each of the local councils to ensure a shared awareness of incoming visits and the work of our overseas offices. This encourages local engagement in the development of our international relations policies and design of programmes for visiting delegations. Our officials work to ensure delegations can visit all of our local councils and witness the varied sectoral expertise, tourism offering and opportunities for investment at first hand. We continue to show, or take every opportunity to show, that we are open to partnerships that support our economic growth and deliver outcomes for all of our citizens.
Carl. Thanks, First Minister, for that answer. First Minister, you'll be aware that Belfast City Council earlier this year passed a motion, including with the votes of Sinn Féin councillors, to express objections to Belfast International Airport being used by US warplanes. At least 60 of them have went through Aldergrove this year. Can you give an update on conversations with Belfast City Council on this matter and any actions that you've taken as First Minister to presumably express your opposition to this fact?
As the member is aware, we share the same position in relation to this. This issue, however, is not something that there will be a joint executive office position on, and therefore the council won't get a joint executive office correspondence. We did receive a letter from the council letting us know just about the motion and inviting comment. The reality is international relations aren't involved. This is not it's an accepted matter for the British government. However, we obviously engage, as I said earlier, in terms of ambassadorial engagements, but the operation of military aircraft and its use of airports is not devolved to here. But I concur with the position that was adopted by Belfast City Council.
First Minister, could you further expand on what the Executive Office is doing in terms of building international relations? Thank you.
Yeah, as I've already made reference to, even in the last month alone, the Deputy First Minister and I have met with ambassadors of Germany, Italy, Bulgaria, Romania, Belgium, Finland, Estonia, as well as the EU Ambassador to Britain, Pedro Serrano. And in all those engagements, we take the opportunity to promote our trade, tourism, higher education, digital industries, cybersecurity, fintech, as well as the unique access to both markets. Then we've got our offices in Washington DC, we've got Brussels, we've got Beijing, and they all have a key role in promoting our interests as we continue to strengthen our reputation as a really world-class destination to work, live, invest and study. And then we also, on top of that layer, we have the Invest NI offices, 25 offices in key locations globally. So looking ahead, our new international relations strategy will really build upon all of those engagements that currently happen, but then look towards the change in picture in a post-Brexit world, even internationally, and what's happening. There's a lot to reflect on. So I'm hopeful that in the coming period we'll be here again discussing our international relations strategy.
First Minister, given the potential for international partnerships to drive investment and tourism, can you outline what practical role Invest NI and tourism NI have played in shaping the international relations strategy?
There's been considerable amount of engagement across all of these bodies, because it's important, as I said earlier, that we join up all the dots. There's a lot of work happening both at an Invest NI level, at a tourism level, in terms of our own office. We have our 25 executive or key locations globally with Invest NI, and then we've got our own 3 offices: Brussels, US and Beijing. You have to overlay all of those areas of work, and that's what you'll see as the product and the outworking of the investment strategy itself.
Cathy Mason.
Through the NSMC Joint Secretariat, our department supports the delivery of all activity under the auspices of the North-South Ministerial Council. The North-South structures are fully operational, with ministers regularly meeting with their counterparts in the Irish Government to take forward activity which benefits both jurisdictions. Just last Friday, we attended what was the 30th plenary meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council, hosted by the Taoiseach in Dublin. We had a very good agenda for that meeting, and we discussed topics including business and trade, infrastructure and investment, emergency planning and preparedness, and ending violence against women and girls, all of which are areas where there are opportunities for us to work together with the Irish Government to deliver better outcomes for our people. We'll be making a full report on that meeting and on the NSMC institutional meeting, which took place on the same day, to the Assembly in the near future. Looking forward, then, arrangements are in place to finalise full series of NSMC sectoral meetings to take place before the end of the year. And in these meetings, executive colleagues will engage with their Irish Government opposite number to discuss the various areas where we can work together for mutual benefit.
Mrs Mason.
First Minister, you mentioned that Friday's meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council was indeed the 30th plenary meeting, and this is clearly a very significant milestone. So then, looking ahead, can you outline for us how the Executive can build on that important work that has already been done to deepen cooperation across the island, particularly in the areas of health, infrastructure and economy, and how that cooperation benefits people in both jurisdictions?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. And as I said, in addition to the 30 plenary meetings, there's been over 330 meetings of the Council that have also taken place. That's sustained engagement across all the areas of cooperation, and I think it's very much laying strong foundations for closer engagement and collaboration, and also for planning. There is so much to be gained from working together on these practical everyday issues and actually improving people's lives, whether that be across health or education. The new area that we're now talking about is how we can collaborate on ending violence against women and girls, something that we share common cause in terms of it being such a huge problem right across our island. But we also talked about emergency planning and preparedness, and if the pandemic taught us anything, it was that we needed to have that really strong collaboration across the island. So looking ahead, I want to see that continue to strengthen and to continue to grow those areas and ensure that we continue to expand it. And then also we have the Shared Island Fund, which the member will know even in our own constituency in terms of the Narrow Water Bridge project. There are so many projects that are now being advanced as a direct result of that. So that's really good, again, practical cooperation and something that we can build on in the time ahead.
Trevor Clark.
Question number 5.
Since we've been in post, attracting inward investment to help grow our globally competitive and sustainable economy has been one of the Executive's key priorities. As First Minister and Deputy First Minister, we have taken an active role in promoting our region and all that it has to offer as a great place to live, work, study and invest. We've been working together with the Economy Minister and other Executive colleagues to show that we are open for business internationally, but also to support our local companies who contribute so much to driving growth and innovation here. In the last 18 months, we've taken this message to the representatives of the world's leading economies, many of whom have come here to visit us to see for themselves just how far we have come. Just this month, we've met with Italian and German ambassadors to explore closer links between our countries. But in the last year, we've had similar conversations with ministers and ambassadors from all sorts of areas, whether it be US, China, France, India, Japan, as well as leading an academic delegation to North Carolina to build our reputation and attract inward investment. We obviously had the Open back in July, and the eyes of the world were very much on us in terms of promoting us to that global business leaders and strengthen our reputation. So I think we're very much becoming a destination of choice.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I suppose I could be described as being churlish for going back to the podcast where your party colleague made the comments, but of course you would say that that was her comments, not on behalf of the party. However, in response to your other member for West Belfast, I think it is. You talked about Northern Ireland being a world-class destination. How on one hand can we say Northern Ireland is a world-class destination? How on the other hand can we say, in terms of the description you give, which was very glowing in terms of Northern Ireland, in terms of what it has to offer, but on the other hand, your executive colleague is making it difficult for the industry of defence to invest in Northern Ireland. How does those two things square?
Well, I don't agree with what you're saying. I think that both right at the heart of the economic plan and project and strategy that the Economy Minister has developed is very much about growing our strong economy. You can see all the opportunities that have been created over the course of the last 18 months since the Executive was formed. We are going to continue to create those opportunities, to create jobs, to grow the economy, to make people's lives better. That's what the strategy is right at the heart of the strategy. And equally at the heart of the strategy is regional balance, ensuring that prosperity is felt right across the board. And I think some of the really good examples of job creation that we've seen in recent days are something to be really celebrated, and we've much more to come.
Emma Sheeran.
First Minister, I know that creating a globally progressive economy and a sustainable economy is at the heart of the programme for government. Could you outline what work has been done to progress that?
Yeah, as I said, our whole focus and right at the heart of the economic plan is a focus on productivity. It's a focus on targeting resources at 7 high potential sectors, using dual market access to drive export growth and investment in talent, with a new skills action plan being launched as well. So it's going to take time. Whenever you're trying to really harness these new investments, it takes a bit of time to sort of see the positive impact of the approach, but we can already start to see that coming through. It's in the 2 years since the Windsor Framework came into effect, export of goods have increased by 2% compared to a decline of 9% in Britain. Cross-border trade between North and South has reached a record 12 billion, up by 7% in 1 year. So that shows you how much things are changing. But our overall economic growth is estimated to have increased by 3.5% over the last year, and that compares to 1.4% in Britain. So I think that's a very strong performance, and despite the rising cost of doing business, despite some of the uncertainty, the restricted access to labour, the introduction of the US tariffs, the constraints on public investment being imposed by London, I think this is testament to the resilience and adaptability of our local businesses, as well as the leadership of Dr. Caoimhe Archibald in the Economy Department.
Stuart Dixon.
So far, First Minister, you'll be aware that the Prime Minister recently, on a business trip, took university chancellors from around the United Kingdom with him. What actions is the Executive Office taking to include our university vice-chancellors in inward and investment to Northern Ireland?
So just last year we went to North Carolina and we led the academic team at that, or delegation for that. I think as part of the new international relations strategy, there'll be an opportunity for us to look more collaboratively. We're a small part of the world, we all know each other, and one of our strengths is, I think, that connectiveness, that agility that we have, where, for example, industry has a need where we can work with our local universities, where we can have a partnership between academia, government and industry, and I think that needs to be really very much at the core of the new international relations strategy, and look for those opportunities where we can actually collaborate and do things together.
No, Tutul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, I don't doubt, no one doubts, there have been lots of photo ops and warm words, but it's the case that people who are going to make investment decisions in this place want to know what the Executive is doing to build road, rail and invest in our crumbling wastewater infrastructure. So all the meetings in the world and all the engagement in the world are to nothing if they don't understand that. When will the investment strategy be published? It's been promised since we came back. There's still no sign of it. When are we actually going to see that document?
An immense amount of work has already informed the key things that have been set out in our currently draft investment strategy, and they were shaped by over 400 engagements, so a very wide range engagement in terms of formal public consultation, fighting from equality and needs impact assessments, extensive engagement with departments and wider stakeholders. There are still some key considerations to be worked through in finalising the strategy, and it does remain under consideration, but we hope to be able to bring it to the Executive in the very near future, and the timeline for approval and publication of it will then be a matter for the Executive.
Orla Flynn.
Question number 6, please.
We have made substantial progress in advancing and agreeing a new programme for government and secured 1.3 billion of new funding from the Treasury. We've launched the childcare scheme, saving working parents 8 million and expanding support from 15,000 to 24,000 children through a £55 million investment. We've delivered over 100,000 additional outpatient appointment diagnostic tests and inpatient procedures via waiting list initiative, passing the 70,000 target for this mandate. We've invested 45 million via the Regional Balance Fund to boost regional growth, and over 20 million in the Skills Fund, supporting over 9,000 individuals and 1,000 employers through a range of training initiatives linked to our economic priorities. We've committed 3.2 million to community-led initiatives under the End Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, delivered 14 of the 37 actions to protect and restore Lough Neagh, allocated 129 million through the Transformation Fund to reform public services, and established an Office of AI and Digital to drive innovation. And this includes £61 million to expand primary care multidisciplinary teams over the next 5 years, supporting an additional 680,000. We've undertaken a range of engagements to see at first hand really how these programme for government priorities are making a difference and how they're progressing on the ground. I think it's encouraging to see that progress to date. However, we have much more to do to continue to do what matters most in terms of driving positive reform and transformation and improving people's lives.
Gora Míoga Cancoya and Gora Míoga to the First Minister for that detailed response. Minister, I noted that just during that response you made reference to the launch of the childcare scheme, and you alluded to it at the end of your remarks there, but do you agree that we still need to do much more to try and deliver high quality and affordable childcare for parents?
Yeah, I think it's really good progress to see that we have identified this area and made a difference in terms of investing £55 million in early learning and childcare for the 25-26 year. But of course we have much more to do there, and we want to deliver more, and we want to support more parents. Like what we've been able to deliver to this point has been £8 million in savings to parents. Like that makes a big difference across the board. But we want to do more. We've obviously expanded the preschool education, and that's going to be expanded even more into September of 2026. So incrementally, I think we are making a difference. I want us to be as ambitious as we possibly can to support working families as they get through, because childcare is one of those things that just becomes the biggest bill in the house, and it's so challenging for so many people. So I think this is an area where there is progress. I believe the Minister for Education will be also publishing the childcare strategy and bringing that to the executive, and it's important to think that gets a chance to then be aired, and also have a chance to see how much more progress we can make. With your permission, Junior Minister Riley will answer this question.
And family that the process for appointment of the Commissioner is going on, and I would like to, on the Identity and Language Act, and for the tradition of the Ulster-British tradition. It has been brought to completion, and I will be back to you to inform you.
Ms Ennis.
Gura Migat, I thank the Junior Minister for her answer. Does the Junior Minister agree with me that the role of the Irish Language Commissioner will be vital in promoting best practice standards on the use of Irish language in the provision of our public services and for our public bodies, our public authorities?
Minister.
Absolutely. I don't think it will be of any shock to anybody in terms of my stance as someone who was born and reared with the Irish language, so I know and I see and I've learned the incredible importance of an Gaelic. But of course it's so important that the best practice standards in terms of the use of Gaelic are promoted right across public services and indeed across our society. There are more and more people every single day using the language Gakalala. They're going for coffee as Gaelic, they're going to youth clubs, playing sport, doing their messages, singing songs, watching films, TV shows and living their lives all through the medium of Irish. There are people of all different ages and stages of their language journey. I think of my own nephew who's in primary 1 and he's 5 years old and he's completely fluent, or my mother who learnt the language later on in life and was able to gain employment in the Irish medium education sector. So having the language properly supported and visible in public services and provisions is completely essential to building a society which is representative of the richness of culture that exists here, and that's a society that's built on fairness, on equality and on justice. Recently, the head of First Gaelic said he was very disappointed about the condition that of the delay in appointing the Commissioner. Can you tell us what is the delay in these appointments on the Executive's part? Thank you for that question. There is no excuse for any delay. and process
for that appointment. I hope the legislation already exists for the new appointment.
Imroy the role in a listen to Commissioner Shaw.
In the appointment of these commissioners, there would be respect, protection, and promotion of the two cultures. Should be the role of those two commissioners. And we should be working with them in that towards that end.
On to topical questions. Call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, it's Book Week, and I dare to ask for a book recommendation. I know you're a fan, from what you've said in this chamber, of the power of positive thinking. When it comes to the public out there, they're much less positive about delivery by the executive. In fact, there is real concern. On a very specific issue, First Minister, can I ask about the delivery of Casement Park? Because the public has lost all trust that that vital project in West Belfast is going to be built. You have said repeatedly, almost ad infinitum, that Casement Park will be built and built on your watch. Do you stand by that, and will construction begin before the end of this mandate?
Yes, I can say that Casement Park remains a flagship project of this executive, and we are actively working at making it happen. This project must be built for all the reasons which the member is only too aware of, in terms of the economic benefit, in terms of the construction itself, but the investment in Gaelic games is something that's been very long overdue. But I can assure you that I am continuing to work night and day to ensure that it is done.
O'Toole.
Thank you. First Minister, I didn't ask you whether you were working night and day. I asked you if it would begin before the end of this mandate, so I would like a specific answer to that question. And more broadly, is the Environment Minister right that the executive is sliding into backbiting and what he calls a battle a day?
Well, two different questions there. Yes, Casement Park is going to be started, and yes, Casement Park is going to be built. And I am going to work night and day to ensure that that's the case. On terms of the battle a day comment, those are words which the other Minister, Andrew Moore, has decided to use. There's no doubt this executive arrangement is challenging, but we're in there every day fighting the good fight on behalf of people. We're in there every day taking on the challenges. We're in there every day trying to deliver for people, whilst others sit on the sidelines and just bicker.
First Minister, I welcome that you have been a positive and constant advocate for an end to the genocide in Gaza. Can I ask if you will join with me in calling for immediate, massive and unfettered humanitarian aid to save the starving and beleaguered people of Gaza?
Yeah, I think, I suppose there was a glimmer of hope last week in terms of the ceasefire announcement, and something that obviously we very much welcome, the return of the Palestinian and Israeli political prisoners and the hostages being reunited with families. But I think that needs to be built upon, and I think there needs to be eternal vigilance now, because we all watch on in absolute horror and dismay whenever we see Israel's genocidal war against the Palestinian people. It's an outrage to international opinion. It's a flagrant breach of international law. It's state-sponsored famine. It's ethnic cleansing. It's displacing of people. It is absolutely the biggest humanitarian disaster of our time. And Israel has very much weaponised the hunger, relentlessly slaughtered women and children, forcibly destroyed the majority of Gaza and making it uninhabitable. So I think that devastation that we've all witnessed for the past 2 years is just completely inhumane, and the absolute priority, you're 100% right, has to be getting aid into these people. It has to be allowing the aid and the support and the equipment and everything else that's required to help the Palestinian people.
Mr. McGuigan.
And I completely concur that what has happened is inhumane. The First Minister touched on the glimmer of hope and that needs to be built upon. Further to that, can I ask if you agree with me that the impetus for a lasting peace must be grasped?
Yeah, I mean, I would urge, we've already seen a lot of volatility even over the course of the period since the ceasefire has been announced, but I would absolutely urge all sides to faithfully implement the ceasefire agreement and to do so and negotiate in good faith. This must mark a turning point. It must mark a turning point not just for the people of Palestine, but for people even more widely across the entire Middle East, and guarantee a durable peace process for the Palestinian people and for the wider Middle East, including an independent Palestinian state. We need to see that two-state solution, because the root causes that we all know, the root causes of the decades-long conflict between Palestine and Israel, must now be addressed, and this opportunity must be taken. But that also has to include the total military withdrawal of the Israeli military from Gaza and the West Bank, and an end to the illegal occupation and apartheid. The Palestinian people have a right, always did have a right, and continue to have a right to determine their own future. So I sincerely hope that this is the beginning of the end. I sincerely hope that everyone plays a constructive role in securing the peace and justice.
Paul Frey. Minister, how she promotes Northern Ireland to potential investors as part of her work when her party colleague calls Northern Ireland an SHIT hole.
Those are not my words. They are not words I would ever use. My job is to try to build a more prosperous society here, to create opportunities, to create employment, to make an inclusive society, to work with others, to govern in the best interests of people. That's very much my focus as everybody's First Minister.
I asked the First Minister then to disown her party colleague for the words and terminology she used.
I'm very clear in saying I do not concur with those words. They are her words, and I'm not going to answer to someone else's speak.
First Minister, I wonder, could you give us an update on the work of the Executive Office's strategic framework to end violence against women and girls?
Yeah, so we launched our strategy back in 2024, and I think this was one of those areas that the Executive was very much united in terms of ending the scourge, that it is a top priority for all of us around the Executive table and for all Executive parties. But as the member knows, our longer term, our strategy is based on prevention and early intervention, and I think some of the work that we have seen thus far is making a real positive difference. We've had the Change Fund investing over $3 million to empower community and voluntary organisations who are right at grassroots level working to tackle root causes. And I think the Part of Change campaign has been really powerful that we've had launched by Justice in terms of the PSNI, challenging unacceptable attitudes and reducing harmful behaviours among men and boys. Far too many women, even as recently as last week, far too many women are continuing to lose their lives in this, what is a deeply ingrained misogynistic society. So I can say to you that we are making progress, but of course we have an awful lot more to do, and it's going to take all of society working together to be able to be successful.
Mr. Gillen, I thank the Minister for First Minister for her answer, and I think it's a real good example of where this institution works well, identifying a problem, developing framework and putting resources in and working with partners on the ground to deliver that. In light of that, my own local community development organisation, Brantford Area Rural Development Association, are rolling out a programme to almost 40 young boys and girls in association with White Ribbon. And I wonder, would the First Minister and Deputy First Minister accept an invite to come and visit that project to see the impact of the work?
Well, yes, I certainly would be delighted to visit your Brantford Area Rural Development Association, because it's those projects that are actually making a real difference. It's getting right into the heart of a community. It's talking to those young guys about their role in this and actually helping them to understand just that everyday misogyny and assisting them to be able to make the right decisions and actually turning the tide, and that they have a role in turning the tide. So I would love to come, because I think this is the benefit and the beauty of how we've rolled out this strategy, that it actually filters right down onto community level. So yes, I will take up that invitation.
Minister, would you be able to provide us with an initial assessment of the British Government's legacy legislation?
Minister.
Yeah, so from the outset, I've said it earlier on actually as well, just in terms of the success of any of the legacy arrangements are really predicated on the confidence of victims and survivors, and the fact that we now have the publication of the last week's legislation by the British Government really now begins to test the credibility of their approach in terms of the framework and then how that's translated into text. Now, perhaps the Deputy First Minister and I won't have the same opinion on this, but certainly in my opinion the inclusion of a clause to change the law and block compensation for former internees is an act of bad faith. That approach was ruled unlawful in 2020, yet here we have the British Government reintroducing this again. I'm also concerned about the national security veto. So what does that mean in terms of people getting access to information that will now firmly fall at the discretion of the British Secretary of State? And I just don't see how that sits well in terms of being able to have a process that people can have confidence in. And then on inquests, the bar for the re-establishment, appears to be so high, very few inquests will actually be reopened. So for me, these are all concerns in terms of what we can see at this stage. Obviously, we're still working our way through it. And I suppose the other big glaring issue that's missing from what is being published so far is the issue of the Sean Brown public inquiry. The fact that High Court has ruled 5 times that there must be a public inquiry, and yet the British government seem to be deaf to those legal calls. So we're not going to give up on that, and we're going to continue to push the case and to stand with the family.
Ms. Hargett.
Thanks very much for that, First Minister. And as you said there, the call for an inquiry into Sean Brown, which the PSNI Chief Constable and indeed, as you say, the domestic courts have also called for. So do you therefore believe that the needs of victims in this process needs to be core?
Yeah, because they're what it's all about. If we are going to successfully allow victims and families to have access to truth and justice, who have been waiting for far too long to get such access to truth and justice, some for more than 5 decades, then we have to have a process that actually can command confidence, that is human rights compliant, that will enjoy the support of many victims and survivors. And any process in itself has to earn their respect and their confidence, and then it also needs to hold on to their confidence. So I think all of that is going to be tested in the weeks, months and years ahead.
Can the First Minister provide an update as to when the Irish Language Commissioner will be appointed, please?
The announcement earlier this year that 2 commissioners, including an Irish Language Commissioner, will be appointed in the North was a huge step forward. The Irish Language Commissioners will play a central role in promoting Gaelic across public services and everyday life. As was said earlier by the Junior Minister, the language is continuing to flourish at the heart of communities right across the North, including within schools and community life and youth centres. Just generally, it's about enriching people's lives. Many people, like the Junior Minister, have been educated, have been reared and educated through the medium of Irish, and it's important that they see that visibly around them, and it's also important that they have a Commissioner who will stand up for them. So I can say to you that the appointment of the Commissioners is imminent.
Ms. Flynn. Thank the First Minister for that response. And will she commit to continuing to do everything that she can to build equality and protect language and cultural rights right across our society for everyone?
Yes, this is about an inclusive society. This is about building a place where everybody is comfortable. This is about ensuring that the energetic revival of the Irish language is continuing at pace, and that it's something that I very much welcome and something that I very much encourage. And I would say no one has anything to fear from the growth of the Irish language and Gaelic right across our community. It's the respectful thing, it's the inclusive thing, it's about parity of esteem, it's about our culture, it's about our identity. It's very much about who we are, and I think it very much also enhances our society. So we should embrace the fact that we do have a rich cultural tapestry here, and no one has anything to fear from each other's identity and culture and beliefs. It's something that we should celebrate. It's something that we should work day and night to try to create that type of society. I certainly will work with other ministers to try to build that inclusive society. I want us to work across the executive to expand cultural, to support cultural diversity, to celebrate cultural diversity. It's a very positive thing in any society, and I think that we need to create the opportunities for all of our people right across to learn and engage with their history, with their identity, with their culture, with their language, and the things that are important to them.
Ann Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And First Minister, can I take you back again to the issue of victims of terrorism? In December 1996, the IRA came into the Royal Victoria Children's Hospital to target both my husband and myself. Do you consider Nigel and I to have been innocent victims of IRA terrorism?
I think the member previously asked me a similar question a number of years ago, and I did invite you to come and have a conversation. Let's sit down and talk about the past. That's the way in which we heal. That's the way in which we try to move forward. So my door is open to you at all times to have a sit down and have a conversation. I think it's really, really important that if we're going to help, never asking anybody to move on, but if we're going to move forward, then we need to have an honest conversation about the fact that there were so many injustices, so much hurt across our society, across all sides. Many lives have been trespassed.
Let's try and find a way to heal. I am more than happy to sit down with you and discuss that even further.
Mrs. Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, so once again, the First Minister cannot condemn the actions of the criminals in the IRA. And that is part of the problem here, because she talks about an inclusive society, but she doesn't want to include the innocent victims of terrorism. Do you understand the impact of the eulogising of IRA terrorists is having on innocent victims?
I think if we're going to talk about the past, then we must do so honestly. I think it's important that we actually recognise that there are many people out there that caused hurt in our society. And you can't just cherry pick. You don't get to pick who you think is a victim and who isn't. There are many injustices in the past. There are many people in terms of British state loyalists who donned the Ulster Beret. Your own party would know a lot about that. In terms of those who ran weapons and state agents. So let's not be selective. Let's honestly try and find a way to recognise that there are different experiences and different narratives of the past. That's the first step in terms of reconciliation. And let's use all of our efforts to try and build for a better future. That's what I am focused on. I believe that's what the majority of people here in the society are focused on also.
Moving on to questions to the Economy Minister, and I call Guy. Okay, take a easy moment. The Minister gets replaced. Okay, we'll start the economy questions, and I call Guy Middleton.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 1, 8 and 11 together. Local economic partnerships represent an entirely new approach in how the Department works with local government and other local stakeholders. It takes time to instil genuine partnership, and the 3-year programme allows for flexibility required to establish LEPs and to bring forward action plans that address local economic needs. LEPs have been established in all 11 council areas. Progress varies across the partnerships, with some still refining economic priorities, while others are finalising action plans. Newry Morning Down is the first LEP to submit an action plan to the Department for approval, and I anticipate more will follow soon after. Based on the latest estimates from councils, approximately £1.5 million of the Regional Balance Fund will be spent in year 1, with the majority of funding weighted towards years 2 and 3. Mid and East Antrim LEP is currently refining its action plan with a view to submitting a final version to the Department for approval in coming months. I met with Ards and North Down Council in September to hear more about the partnership following the inaugural meeting of the LEP. I know the partnership intends to meet again in October to develop its priorities further and to identify project proposals. My officials and InvestNI colleagues will continue to support all partnerships in developing their action plans over coming months.
Mr. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her response. Minister, in your answer you've outlined the purpose of the partnerships, but of course the real measure in terms of success will be delivery. Minister, you mentioned £1.5 million to be spent by the end of this financial year. Minister, do you believe the lack of spending is actually a failure on your behalf and the behalf of your department?
And I thank the member for his question, and no, I don't think that it's a failure. I think that time was necessary to be given to the partnerships to establish themselves, to come up with their priorities. We want the partnerships to actually be genuine, and therefore there are different lengths of time. Some councils already have good relationships and similar type arrangements in place that this can build upon. Others are starting from further back and it takes longer, hence I suppose the difference in where councils are at with their action plans. So what we have done is ensure that the spend is spread over the 3 years and the trajectory of spend will follow, so that with this the lesser spend in year 1 will work its way through in years 2 and 3. So we want to make sure that these are actually going to deliver for people on the ground.
Agus Concordia and Buhis Lesionaire of Henry Fregression. Minister, would you be able to outline what type of projects are coming forward?
Thank the member for her question. There are currently a wide range of actions being brought forward by the partnerships which are intended to address identified local economic needs. Proposals include business support and mentoring, workspace development and different tourism initiatives.
Annie Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for her answers so far. The Minister will be aware that 89% of Northern Ireland's businesses are micro-enterprises, many of which operate within our town centres. How does the Minister envisage that the LEPs will support town centre regeneration and the growth of these small businesses that are so vital to the local economy?
Yeah, and I think the benefit of the LEPs, the positive about them, the beauty of them, so to speak, is that they are devolved to local areas to come up with what they feel are their own local economic priorities. So if there is a particular initiative that they want to bring forward in respect of town centre regeneration, then that is for them to include within their action plans. And what the funding that has been allocated to each of the LEPs is designed to do is to support them to leverage in additional funding from other departments, and we would encourage them to be building those relationships across departments as well as working directly with ourselves and our officials.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers. The Minister may be aware that the latest figures from Invest NI show that there were 0 jobs created by external investment in the Ards and North Down area for the 5th consecutive year. Can the Minister outline what steps her department is taking to address this worrying trend, and does she believe the LEP can be an effective part of these measures addressing this particular regional imbalance?
Yes, and I thank the member for his question. And I think the increased focus from Invest NI on Indigenous business and on the sub-regional economic plan are a good vehicle for trying to address some of the challenges that he has outlined. I think the LEPs do represent an opportunity to ensure that there is more investment, job creation, and that the priorities of each of the LEPs are being taken forward. As I say, it is up to the partners around the table to bring forward their priorities and to develop an action plan to support those. I did, as I mentioned in my opening answer, have the opportunity to meet with Ards and North Down LEP just after they had established, and I know that progress is being made. But I think it is incumbent on us as elected representatives to engage with the local economic partnerships as well, and to be advocating on their behalf, and to be making them aware of the types of priorities and projects that other LEPs are bringing forward as well, so that there can be a sharing of knowledge, and that's something that I would actually encourage.
Speaker, Minister, you were previously Finance Minister. Your colleague, the current Finance Minister, has been engaged in a long-running consultation on various changes to rates. No crystallisation of what those will be. Are you advocating for specific changes to the rating system to get more properties back on the high street, businesses to engage back on the high street? Is that a specific case you're making, and when will we be seeing those come forward?
And he's right. I published the rates review, and one of the things that I said at that point in time was that I would be inclined to look at non-domestic vacant property rate relief, and I think that would be a useful vehicle to incentivise businesses back onto our high streets, but only if it's done in partnership with regeneration. And I think that there is a real opportunity to work cross-departmentally on that particular issue as to how we revitalise and rejuvenate our high streets. But the rating system is, I suppose, the main lever that we have in terms of generating revenue as well, so we have to carefully balance when we are trying to make changes to it.
Honeyford.
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Go Succeed is an important part of the business support landscape and provides essential advice and guidance to anyone looking to start or grow a business. It is a council-led service and is funded through the Shared Prosperity Fund. It was expected that the successor of this funding would be transferred to the Executive following the British Government spending review announcement in June. I met with Enterprise NI in September to discuss the future of Go Succeed, and while I'm ready to establish a co-design group to consider improvements to the service, clarity is needed on its future funding position. I'm concerned that the new Local Growth Fund appears to be heavily skewed towards capital, with only 33% resource funding. This is significantly lower than the Shared Prosperity Fund, which was 75% resource base. This risks significant harm to projects such as Go Succeed, who are delivering really important services currently funded using resource under the SPF. I'm keen to ensure there is continuity of service and any disruption to businesses and entrepreneurs due to a gap in the funding is avoided. My officials are currently coordinating urgently with the Department of Finance, councils and other stakeholders to determine next steps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. By her response, I'm sure she would agree that it's unacceptable that an important service is facing uncertainty 5 months from now, given the vital business support schemes are to economic development. But can the Minister give us any work that the Department are doing to prepare for a scenario where this business support actually ends in 2026?
And I agree with the member. It is absolutely regrettable, disgraceful that we're in this position again. We were when the ESF ended and there was the cliff edge at that point in time, and we said we wanted not to see that again. That's the case I have consistently, and I know my colleague the Finance Minister has also consistently made to the British Government, and I know there's unanimity around the Chamber in relation to this issue as well. My priority is to ensure the continuation of funding of Go Succeed from the Local Growth Fund. Vitally important that the service isn't interrupted or delayed because of the lack of information that is available to us. So I'm continuing to engage at ministerial level, as I said, to ensure that such a scenario is avoided.
Philip McGuigan.
I welcome the Minister's response and that her priority is to see no interruption in services. Can I ask the Minister if she could give her assessment of the impact of Go Succeed to date?
Yeah, thank you. Since its launch in November 2023, Go Succeed has demonstrated a significant impact across the North, empowering entrepreneurs and small businesses with tailored support and expert guidance. It's helped thousands of individuals turn ideas into viable enterprises, contributing to local economic growth and job creation. It's had a transformative effect at local level, and I'm particularly pleased to see strong engagement from female entrepreneurs who've been supported through the service. I've had the opportunity to visit and to meet with businesses that have been supported by Go Succeed, and I've been really encouraged by the feedback that they've provided. The mode of delivery, working alongside councils and local enterprise agencies and other partners, is a really good example of collaborative work, and it's the type of initiative that the LEPs is based upon as well, and I think is a demonstration of how successful it can be.
Alan Robinson.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker.
We have numerous existing tourism products which embrace the opportunities that America 250 brings and recognise the links between America and those of Irish and Ulster Scots heritage. These, as well as their links to the story of America, are showcased on the America 250 page on Tourism NI's websites. Among the relevant key attractions are the Ulster American Folk Park, Hillsborough Castle and the Ulster Folk Museum, as well as the Siege and Tower Museums in Derry. Both Tourism NI and Tourism Ireland are represented on the America 250 working groups, along with a number of partners including PRONI, DFC, the Ulster Scots Agency, National Museums, Tourism Ireland and local authorities. This collaborative approach will ensure that plans for America 250 are tourism focused, using visitor interests such as Irish and Ulster Scots heritage, genealogy, music and literature, sport, screen and US presidents. Tourism Ireland will also use this opportunity to encourage more US visitors to come here to explore its shared ancestry, history and heritage.
Al Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. Given the unique links Northern Ireland, including many in our own constituency that we share, Will she engage with Tourism NI and Tourism Ireland to make sure that the Ulster Scots story features in branding and promotion next year?
And I thank the member for his question, and I think there are opportunities to be garnered from America 250 and the clear linkages that there are right across this island with people who have emigrated to make a better life in America and whose ancestors have come back and want to find out about their history and heritage. So I'm happy to engage in respect of what opportunities and initiatives there might be.
Declan Kearney.
Minister, it's clear that the American market is a very important asset to the promotion of tourism here. In your view, what more can be done to optimise promotion of our tourist offering here on an all-island basis within the United States?
And I thank the member for his question. The US market plays a vital role to tourism here in the north. NISRA statistics show that in 2024, US visitors took 189,000 overnight trips to the north, spending £67 million. And I do think there is significant opportunity working with Tourism Ireland across the island in terms of marketing and promotional activities that are very effective in building the continued trend of US visitors coming here. And there are a number of key opportunities across the course of the year. For example, around St Patrick's Day, at the minute there will be a campaign running under the branding of the Home of Halloween. And obviously we have a significant asset in that regard in terms of the city of Derry. So I think there's a significant opportunity to build on the success that we already have in attracting visitors from the United States.
Dan Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, thank you for your answers so far. Could I ask you, Minister, please, for an update on the Mid-South West Deal investment in the Ulster American Folk Park in Omagh and the role this attraction will play in the upcoming celebrations?
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. I'm not sure that I have the information that she's asking for in front of me at the minute, but if the member wants to write to me, I'm happy to furnish her with an update in respect of that project.
Timothy Galson.
Mr. Speaker, individual councils appear to be making their own plans to mark the semi-quincentennial of the Declaration of Independence. Minister, what work is your department doing to ensure that there will be an overarching and joined-up approach to ensure our landmarks with links to the United States of America and villages such as Dervick, Cullibaki and Cook are being marketed to ensure their story is also being told?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his questions, and I think in some regards local councils are best placed in terms of developing specific initiatives for local areas, because they will be understanding of what exactly they have in terms of particular attractions or initiatives that can be developed. Tourism NI does of course have a suite of marketing support and business development tools that can be utilised either by individual businesses or others to focus on that specific message around America 250. Both Tourism NI and Tourism Ireland have already outlined their promotional plans for the year to the America 250 partner teams, and I know that the Minister for Communities has previously announced funding to support activity which is intended to draw out and promote that historical connection between the North and the United States. So I think there are opportunities to work across councils to develop a promotional offering there.
Hargate.
Thank you. Question 4.
So my department regulates the minimum quality standards for visitor accommodation across the north. It makes regulations to set standards for areas such as cleanliness, maintenance, essential facilities and comfort that operators must meet. Airbnb is a marketing platform like TripAdvisor and Booking.com and is used to advertise a range of accommodation types. Most properties which use this platform fall within the scope of Tourism NI's statutory certification scheme. Under this scheme, Tourism NI ensures compliance by inspecting all new accommodation establishments before they begin operating and re-inspecting existing businesses at least once every 4 years. My department and Tourism NI have recently completed a review of the scheme statutory criteria. This review highlighted how our world-class tourism offering has evolved over recent years, and in response I have recently launched a public consultation on proposed changes to future-proof the tourism industry's minimum standards and improve visitors' satisfaction.
Ms. Hargett.
Thanks very much for your answer so far, Minister. Could you outline also what else is being done to control Airbnbs in areas of high housing demand? Thank you.
Any property owner who wishes to use their property as a short-term let or an Airbnb must apply for a change of use through their local council planning department. The local council can therefore assess the impact on local housing supply in considering whether to grant the change of use. Tourism NI has a formal data sharing agreement with Belfast City Council to facilitate the exchange of information regarding the certification of tourism accommodation. This ensures that both parties are aware of potential legislative breaches and can progress appropriate enforcement action on both sides as necessary. Tourism NI is working to put in place similar data sharing arrangements with all other local authorities.
Andrew McMurray.
And thank the Minister so far. Minister, there are a number of Airbnbs across my own constituency and approximately 100 in Newcastle alone. How does the Minister propose to balance the contribution they make to the economy while at the same time ensuring that first-time buyers are not priced out of the market?
And I thank the member for his question, and certainly it's an issue that I am familiar with as well in my own constituency, and it is an issue, I suppose, that cuts across a number of departments in terms of our housing supply strategy, which the Communities Minister is bringing forward. He is intending to launch research to understand the impact of short-term lets in the local housing market, and I think that will help inform all departments in terms of the types of measures that they may need to take in terms of regulating and controlling the proliferation of Airbnbs that we are beginning to see.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister believe that the current 8 statutory categories for tourism accommodation is sufficient, or does she support the expanding of those statutory providers to include new types of development such as glamping pods, and which further cover what Airbnb provides?
I thank the member for his question, and I mentioned in my answer about the public consultation that we have just launched, and one of the things that we are looking at is those accommodation categories, things like budget hotels, apart hotels, and of course glamping pods, and ensuring that different types of accommodation are both regulated but also able to access support, because I know of examples in my own constituency where people were wanting to access support for the likes of glamping pods and weren't eligible for that type of support. So I think this is a good opportunity for people to respond to the consultation and to for us to be able to make the appropriate changes.
Thanks, Speaker. Has the Minister considered bringing forward legislation to ensure that booking platforms verify that all listed properties are properly registered as short-term tourist accommodation?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and I think that as the new and emerging trends continue to develop, it has become evident that some of them fall out the scope of our regulatory remit and our certification scheme. So to better support the number of providers offering or wishing to offer, the consultation that I just referred to proposes the creation of a new standalone category of accommodation, which would be alternative accommodation, to better regulate and support these types of accommodation. And we are also engaging with the booking platforms in terms of understanding and encouraging them to engage with us about new applications as they are coming forward. So that's work that continues to be in progress. The Childcare Providers Targeted Business Support Research Report was published on the 24th of September. My department, in agreement with the Education Minister, is leading on recommendation 1, the creation of a specialised ongoing childcare business advisor role or service. My officials are now working closely with Invest NI to develop a costed plan for the delivery of the service. I recognise the importance of ensuring that the service is accessible to all types of childcare providers, including voluntary organisations, community providers, childminders and childcare businesses. It is equally vital that the service operates on a continuous basis, enabling us to better assess the sector's financial requirements. This ongoing approach will allow us to adapt our support to meet the evolving needs of childcare providers over time.
Ms Mason.
And I thank the Minister for that response. Minister, will you be working in partnership with the childcare sector to design this service?
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. I think that it is really important that we are working in partnership with the sector, and so I've asked my officials to ensure that the new service is designed in partnership. An initial pilot approach is being considered to allow meaningful engagement during the early stages of development.
Kate Nicholl.
Speaker, and thank you for the Minister for her answers so far, especially when she's clearly so unwell, such a trooper. Childcare businesses tell me that the chronic shortage of applicants and recruitment is lengthy and complex, and much of this is to do with the minimum standard of review, which is to do with health. What engagement is your department having to speed this up, because it's crucial to overcoming these barriers for them?
The member for her question, and she's quite right. Obviously, there are challenges that within the childcare sector which cut across a number of departments. The Education Minister obviously leads on the childcare and early learning strategy, and there is a cross-departmental group that engages in relation to those specific issues. In relation to the shortages, what my department has the remit for, of course, is skills development. For those working within childcare and childminding sectors, and we currently facilitate a range of training and qualification pathways through further and higher education, as well as through apprenticeships and traineeships. This year I have secured over £350,000 to support FE colleges in developing online accredited micro-courses focused on supporting individuals with children with additional needs. Further funding has also been provided for research into the barriers to managerial recruitment within the sector.
Cara Hunter.
And a second collaborative Assured Skills Academy in the early learning and childcare sector has also recently launched to support participants with the training needed to gain entry-level roles in the childcare sector.
Cara Hunter.
The Speaker is keen to hear me speak extra soon. Minister, thank you so much for answering our questions here today. We share a very rural constituency with a number of childcare providers who face unique challenges being rural, areas like Glenullen with Appletree Childcare. What engagement have you had and your department had with representatives in those areas who face those challenges?
Thank you for the question. And in conducting the research, there was significant engagement with the sector, and we encouraged the responses from across the childcare sector to ensure we got the best representation possible. It was actually something that officials found quite challenging in terms of getting the input from across the sector, and one of the things that we hope that the advice service will do is to give us a better understanding of the sector itself and its needs. So I think getting the pilot up and running and then having somebody who is tasked with engaging with the sector on an ongoing basis will be really important in terms of understanding the types of support that could potentially be needed going forward.
Minister, checking there if it's happened before, it hasn't, but if you want some time out, I'd be happy to facilitate that. Okay. Minister.
I'm committed to delivering a more regionally balanced economy and supporting the power and impact of our social economy more widely. Community wealth building is an important element of this. Last week, I announced £300,000 of joint funding from my department and the Department for Communities for 2 community wealth building partnerships in the North West region and in Larne. Each will receive £150,000 to pilot community-led economic and social development initiatives. As part of this pilot, over 100 people attended a community wealth building conference in the Playhouse in Derry last week. This conference formed part of the North West pilot and is a great example of how this initiative brings people together to share ideas and learn from each other. Both pilots will explore how local places can assume a lead role in designing and delivering new approaches in economic development, and how the framework contributes to creating resilient local economies and supporting long-term prosperity. In addition to these pilots, I have also consulted recently on proposals to strengthen the credit union sector, and I intend to bring forward legislation within this mandate that will modernise the credit union sector and provide a strong basis for continued growth.
Ms. Finnegan.
And I thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, how has the Department progressed the other recommendations of the 2022 Community Wealth Building Report, which is in the DFE remit?
I thank the member for her question. My department has progressed many of the recommendations from this report. We've grown our support for social enterprises, publishing our 3-year Social Enterprise Action Plan last December, which continues to be implemented in a collaborative way between my department and the Social Enterprise Co-Design Group. Another recommendation was to explore the potential for worker cooperatives and employee ownership. This year I made almost £100,000 of funding available to Employee Ownership Ireland. This will help increase the awareness and understanding of the employee ownership trust model and support businesses as they explore transition as an option. In addition, I have funded Trademark Belfast and Cooperative Alternatives to conduct a 6-month education and awareness programme. This will showcase the benefits of the cooperative business model and raise awareness of how to start a community-based cooperative.
Thank you to the Minister. Now, I very much welcome this pilot that will take place in the East Antrim constituency and, of course, Larne. Could you provide some more detail of this scheme and what it will actually mean for local people? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question, and I had the opportunity to visit LEDCOM and hear about their pilot along with the Communities Minister. I think it was one of my first visits as Economy Minister. The North West a pilot brings together Development Trust NI, Trademark Belfast and Enterprise North West to promote the North West region and community wealth building across it. Trademark will focus on worker buyouts for business succession and economic resilience, while Enterprise North West will connect stakeholders and highlight the benefits of community wealth building. They are also working to improve social value in procurement and will help local enterprises access credit union finance. LEDCOM will coordinate the Larne Community Wealth Building Partnership pilot. Plans include investigating the creation of a life sciences cluster, developing the business case for Willowbank 2 Innovation Hub and collaborating with the Port of Larne on logistics upgrades and port decarbonisation.
Okay, I'm going to suspend the sitting until 15:25 and give the Minister a few minutes just to rest her voice, because I can see you are struggling, Minister, whether you want the assistance or not. So we'll resume here in about 7 or 8 minutes, 15:25. Thank you. Topical questions for the Economy Minister and Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, the Skills Action Plan was published last week. States that you will seek to collaborate on an all-island basis to reduce cross-border barriers to north-south student mobility. Can you be specific on how you will actually achieve this?
And I thank the member for her question. And just on Friday past, we had the North-South Ministerial Council, where I had the opportunity to have a bilateral with my counterpart in the South, James Lawless. We actually launched the first all-island apprenticeship in accounting technology on Friday. So I think that's a real tangible demonstration of the opportunities that there are to work on an all-island basis. We're also working to improve student mobility across the island, and there has been recent work done in relation to the CAO point system. We're also looking at how we can better align the CAO and the UCAS the dates of the announcements in relation to the likes of results. So I think we can look at all of the opportunities that there are, and particularly through the Shared Island Fund, and I think there are opportunities specifically in respect of apprenticeships that we want to take up the opportunity of developing further areas of study, and the issue of mobility, I think, is one of particular focus for us.
Loughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for that. Workforce mobility across the island is absolutely critical to addressing persistent labour shortages. Do you support the Northern Ireland Chamber call for an all-island mobility task force, and what active steps are you taking to establishing and contributing to this initiative?
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. And I actually spoke at the NI Chambers Conference, Workforce Conference Summit on Thursday, and it was about as successful as my attempts to respond to questions today in terms of my cough. I set out at the conference that I do support the idea of a workforce development agency. I think that there's an awful lot more for us to do within this mandate, and I had indicated to the Chamber that it would be likely into the next mandate before we are in a position to actually set that up, but it doesn't mean that we don't do the work and preparation at this point.
Guy Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in a statement on Israel last week, you spoke of a moral duty to ending the arming of, I quote, genocide. The irony of this, of course, will not be lost on those of us who are aware in the Northwest, having witnessed and seen ethnic cleansing at the hands of the IRA. Will the Minister show the same high regard for human rights by supporting the removal of the illegal Republican Memorial at Benbrada Avenue in Dungiven, close to her own constituency office? Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. And what I set out last week was in response to a report that was undertaken by Invest NI into its investments. And in response to that, I think there is a moral duty for us to ensure that we are not facilitating the genocide that is happening in Gaza. Israel is a regime that is illegally occupying and imposing apartheid in Palestine, that's carrying out a genocide, and I think there's a legal obligation on all governments to take action to prevent genocide, including not arming or providing financial support to those committing genocide, and that is what I set out in my statement last week. In respect of memorials and other things across the region, as the member will be well aware, there was a FICT report done, and it is not my party that is blocking the taking forward of recommendations within it.
Minister, no answer whatsoever in terms of the Republican Memorial near your constituency office. Minister, it's my understanding that a consultation with elected representatives on the removal of this shrine was carried out. Can you confirm whether or not you responded to that consultation? And if so, what did you say? Sure.
I don't have a recollection of what the member is referring to, but I'm happy to correspond with him in respect of it.
And thank the Minister for her answer so far, given the difficulty that she is having today. Minister, can you give us some detail of last week's Intertrade Ireland TCA conference, please?
Minister.
I was delighted to be at the TCI conference last week, which was hosted in Ireland for the first time, and jointly with Intertrade Ireland, Invest NI and Enterprise Ireland. It's a flagship event in clusters and innovation ecosystems, and the island of Ireland was chosen to host the 28th Global Conference, which marked a significant milestone for it because it was the first time it had been held on a cross-border basis. The conference welcomed 250 delegates from over 25 countries to the island. Cluster tours took place in Dublin, Mullingar, Portlaoise, Dundalk, Belfast and Newry, showcasing the innovation and strength of our current ecosystem in fintech, cybersecurity, life sciences, maritime and advanced manufacturing. Clusters are a really important part of our economic policy, and it was a fantastic opportunity for us to talk about what we're doing and also to learn from what is happening internationally. And of course we have work that is ongoing through the Shared Island Enterprise Fund, where Intertrade Ireland have taken the lead in terms of the work across the island in partnership with Invest NI and Enterprise Ireland. So I'd like to commend the work of Intertrade Ireland in organising this truly global conference and providing an opportunity to demonstrate and to showcase the world-class clusters that we have here on this island.
Mrs. Dillon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, do you agree with me that the Mega Group in Mid-Ulster, which is a cluster of engineer companies in the Mid-Ulster area, is one of the best local examples of clustering? And do you agree with me that is exactly why we need to be listening to those engineering companies about what it is we need and how we can work together with universities, with the local schools and the industry to ensure that the skills base required to keep our engineering companies going is going to be there into the future?
Minister.
Yes, I do. I absolutely agree. Mega is a standout example of effective clustering here in the north. I actually gave them a shout out at the conference because they were the first, I suppose, real life example that I had come across of clustering, of industry working together. They bring together key players in advanced manufacturing and engineering sectors, and what they do is they really foster collaboration, innovation and skills development. The strength of Mega lies not only in terms of the industrial impact, but also in their commitment to nurturing talent and supporting local businesses and the local economy. I think that it's a model that other regions and sectors could certainly learn from. And I think it's one of those things that points to the impact that clusters can have. They bring economies of scale and enable specialist expertise and capability to be leveraged for the benefit of all businesses, large or small, within the cluster. And Mega is a really excellent example of how working together, businesses in partnership with government and academia can help our economy become more resilient, more innovative and more productive. And I think one of the other things about clusters is that they can really help us capitalise on one of our key strengths, which is the fact that we are small, we are interconnected, everybody knows everybody. Because we are a small region, people in business, academia and government are already well connected, and it helps us to collaborate really well, and I think there are many successful examples of that happening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister outline the associated costs with Invest NI's review of investments report published just last week, as well as the number of staff who were assigned to work on this report?
I thank the member for his question. I don't happen to have that information in front of me, but I will be happy to furnish the member with it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for her brief answer. Can I ask the Minister what message does her actions in the last week send to the 9,000 people employed here in our aerospace, defence, security and space sectors, including those who live within my own constituency, a sector that is worth over £2 billion to our local economy? And can you outline any work undertaken by your department to assess the potential risks to both jobs and further investment as a result of your actions?
And I thank the member for his question. And I think what the message that is sent by the statement that I made last week is that we will have no part in supporting Israel's genocide in Gaza. And as I outlined to Mr Middleton, I think we have a moral duty to ensure that we're not doing that, that we have a moral duty to hold to account the Israeli government for the actions that it's taken, and we have a moral obligation to take actions to prevent genocide from actually happening. And I have made it clear that it's my expectation that public funding isn't going towards supporting that, and that is what I set out in my statement last week. In terms of the wider economy, I work every day to support the betterment of our economy, of creating jobs and attracting investment. We have sectoral action plans that we are working in partnership with businesses to support them to thrive and to grow and to create jobs, and that's work that I will continue to do.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, I very much welcome the one-year pilot for the late-night transport. I think it's an excellent example of collaboration, not just across government departments, but also with the private sector. What will success look like at the end of the year, and how will you monitor and evaluate this scheme? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question, and I agree. I think it's an important step forward in terms of supporting our nighttime economy. It is a pilot. We want to understand the impact. We want to evaluate it at the end of the year and to understand whether we continue to take it forward and if it's something that can be applied elsewhere as well across the north. So we had undertaken research on the nighttime economy, and it looked at Belfast, but it also looked at Derry and Enniskillen, and I think there is learning that potentially can be garnered from this pilot that could be applied elsewhere, as I have said. So there will be an evaluation process, and we are looking currently. The Department for Infrastructure is leading on the initiative, but we are looking currently at what exactly will be included as part of that evaluation.
Ms. Bradshaw.
Thank you for your answer. I suppose that the success will actually come from how well the businesses themselves respond to it. What further support are you going to provide to the business directly and also in collaboration with the Night Star, Michael Stewart, in terms of making sure that this is a success? Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member, and I think one of the important things about this pilot is it's a cross-departmental approach that has been taken. A number of departments have invested in terms of the pilot, but also Belfast City Council. So I think there is an opportunity to look again at how we can jointly support the success of it. So as I mentioned in my previous answer, we did undertake the research. We're waiting on that report to be published, and I think we'll look at the recommendations coming out of that report in terms of what more that we can do in terms of supporting the nighttime economy in Belfast, but also more widely.
If Finnegan.
To ask the Minister how her new skills action plan will benefit the Irish medium sector.
So my department will regularly review skills provisions to meet the evolving needs of the economy, which are aligned with departmental strategies and with the economic vision. This includes the Irish Medium Accreditation and Learner Support Systems, and in the near future we will commission research to identify barriers and potential solutions to issues that are faced by those who want to achieve Irish Medium Accreditation, with the finding published later in 2026. A key piece of research will include benchmarking accreditation and learner support models across comparable sectors.
Ms. Finnegan.
And I thank the Minister for her answer. Can the Minister also outline how the skills action plan will enhance all island working?
And I thank the member for her question, and I think I responded to Sinead in a similar vein. I think, as I mentioned, there are many opportunities for skills development through the All Island Skills Task Force, which will oversee the delivery of Peace Plus cross-border skills provision and the Peace Plus youth programme, and will enhance and contribute to the All Island Skills ecosystem in collaboration with partners in the South. My department and officials will seek to collaborate on an all-island basis, as I mentioned to Sinead, to reduce the cross-border barriers to north-south student mobility, and including exploring shared island funding as a potential vehicle for further collaborative work across particularly the apprenticeship sector. And I think there are a number of areas particularly that we will want to look on, where I think there are opportunities for us to gain from what is happening in the south, but also for our counterparts in the south to gain from what we are doing on the successful delivery models that we have. And I think there are particular areas of demand in skills. For example, I'm thinking of green skills, where there's a clear need to develop new pathways and curriculum, and I think that we can do that jointly on an all-island basis and share resources, and I think that's something that we want to look at, particularly through the shared island funding opportunities that are coming up.
Thank you, Minister. That's the time up for questions to the Minister for Economy. We're now going to move to an urgent oral. Members, just take their ease for a moment while we change the table.
Thank you, members. So the next item of business is an urgent oral question. Danny Donnelly has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, could you please read the question?
To ask the Minister of Health to outline how the actions in his overarching winter preparedness plan, published on the 16th of October 2025, will reduce pressure on the health services during the winter months.
Sorry, I call the Minister for Health. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. I published the overarching winter preparedness plan on Thursday the 16th of October. It had been my intention to publish at the NICON conference on the Wednesday, but I took a decision to delay by one day because I wanted to allow further consideration with the publication of the individual trust plans, trusts being the operational leads with emergency departments and hospital flow. The plan published last week includes a series of measures to help mitigate the additional pressures experienced across HSE in the winter months, and I stress the additionality because those pressures are now 365. Measures include tackling ambulance handover delays through a new approach to collaborative working between the trusts and the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, vaccination programmes against diseases such as influenza, COVID-19, shingles and RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, community pharmacy initiatives such as the Living Well campaign and Stay Well this winter, the provision of Pharmacy First services across community pharmacies. That includes the sore throat service, which offers advice, clinical assessment and treatment for sore throats without having to wait for an appointment with the GP. Next, additional assistance for GP practices, providing 10,000 medical care plans for patients in nursing and residential care homes, and over 8,000 additional sessions to help manage winter pressures. Improving mental health and learning disability bed pressures to reduce demand on EDs and ensuring the right care is in the right place, supporting social care delivery in the community and improving system flow from hospital, and avoiding ED attendance at admission for end-of-life care for those with a preference to be at home. I feel I must once again reiterate the publication of the plan was not the starting point. Planning for this winter started many months ago, and in many areas the actions in the plan have already been implemented. I point to some of the recent progress being made in ambulance turnaround times as an illustration of that. In order to successfully navigate the upcoming winter period, it remains vitally important we all play our part to make sure that HSE services are ready and available to those who need them the most.
Thank you, Minister. I call Danny Donnelly.
To myself and others, this appeared to be a rushed and uncoordinated paper that doesn't contain very much that's new. It was published at short notice on social media before it was even sent to the members of the Health Committee. Can the Minister confirm why he did not think it was worth the time to consult with the organisations that represent our healthcare workers in Northern Ireland, the very people who will be charged with delivering these actions, before publishing it?
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The point was, back in January, the member may recall, reacting to last winter's additional pressures, I said I wanted all the stakeholders in the room with a blank page. I asked the Chief Nursing Officer and the Chief Medical Officer to then lead a series of events, not just a one-off, but there were a series of 4 big discussion meetings, which was about the whole system flow. Each and every one was oversubscribed, so I am very confident that every section of health and social care were consulted about the plan.
Thank you. I call Philip McGuigan.
Collier, Minister, the success of any plan within healthcare, particularly a plan such as this on winter preparedness, will depend a lot on the workers within our healthcare system. And as you know, morale within some sectors is low. People are waiting for a pay uplift, nurses and other healthcare staff. The living wage that was promised to domiciliary care workers in January has yet to be realised, impacting the system flow that the Minister talked about. And also in terms of healthcare workers.
Question, Philip.
Yep, some are disappointed that they haven't been offered the COVID vaccine as their counterparts in the South have, which could impact on days off sickness. So in terms of workforce, Minister, could you identify or address those 3 issues that will help improve the morale within our health workforce?
Minister.
Thanks, Principal Deputy Speaker. In terms of vaccination, the member will be aware we follow advice from the JCVI, the Joint Committee on Vaccinations and Immunisations. And their advice is what we stick with, and it has changed a little bit in terms of the COVID-19 vaccination availability in particular. In terms of the real living wage, I am disappointed that I have not been able to action it as yet, but that is a function of the 600 million pressure that is on the Health Department budget. Now, in terms of pay, the member will be aware that the Executive have released or are releasing 100 million, which is approximately 50% of what I need to fulfil the 2 pay recommendations for Agenda for Change staff and for doctors and dentists. I need to find the 100 million. I have asked officials to urgently work up options, and I would hope to meet the Royal College of Nursing, the trade unions and the other professional bodies as early as tomorrow, but certainly as soon as possible. And what I intend to do is say to them, this is the situation, and here are maybe 1 or 2 or 3 options, and I want to do the one that suits them the best, because I do want to show them and demonstrate to them how much I value their presence. Because, as I often say, you need buildings, beds, equipment and medicine, but unless you've got the staff, the workforce with you, all the rest is nothing.
I call Diane Dodds.
Minister, in 4 weeks' time we will really be in the throes of winter pressures. So the plan is late. It is underpinned by very, very little additional funding. But most importantly, it contains no outline of how you want to deal with the issue of delayed discharges. Do you believe that a winter pressures plan, which does not address the issue of domiciliary care, will stop people, elderly, frail people, from lying in corridors this winter, or those from lying in beds when they could be at home?
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I very much accept that the flow through the hospital is determined very largely by the lack of community capacity in terms of domiciliary care packages, home care packages and care home beds. I absolutely accept that. I have never questioned that. You can't magic up that level of resource in a single month or a single year. So it remains a problem, but I would just assure the member it remains a focus for me. And those 4 workshops that I talked about, the big discussion, were very focused on practical steps that could be taken this winter and preparing for the next winter of 2027. And so there are things there that the member quite rightly identifies as missing, but it would be wrong to put them in and raise expectations that they can be dealt with within the existing workforce and existing resources.
Colonel McAllister.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. I just want to ask on the specifics regarding that domiciliary care and social care package. We're not seeing anything new within this plan, and the recycling of hours, upon our calculations, amounts to roughly 3% of those hours. Is there anything innovative or new that the Minister and his department can actually do in these next 2 to 3 months that will move people from hospital or keep people at home? And were there any new options explored by and with those within the sector?
Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I would say two things in response to the member. I think all the trusts review the domiciliary packages on a frequent basis to try and ensure that there is maximum efficiency. Sometimes somebody who has a domiciliary or home care package needs it enhanced because their condition has deteriorated. But at other times it is possible to claw back some hours and redistribute those, so that is the first thing. And the second thing is the Northern Trust, as a member will be aware, has not to date had a hospital at home service, and a total of £845,000 is being made available to the Northern Trust to establish such a service, which will help.
Thank you, Minister. I call Alan Chambers.
Principal Deputy Speaker, would the Minister agree that a strong uptake of available vaccinations will make a huge contribution to reducing pressure on health services during the winter period? And would he encourage HSC staff to avail of vaccinations for their own well-being and to minimise staff absence within the workforce? Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Of course, I do agree with the member where a vaccine is available. I would encourage everybody to avail of it. I've looked at some of the uptake percentages, and they have been dropping overall, year on year, over the last 3 years, and they are particularly low amongst the workforce. And I've asked for a piece of work to try and understand the reasons why. It would be very easy to say it is about a vaccination hesitancy, and I think if I had to make an informed guess, I would have put that up at number one. I suspect when we've bottomed it out, that won't actually be the case. But if it's about accessibility, for example, care homes get those vaccination offers at their front door. So for staff, particularly staff who are on duty that day, it could hardly be easier. So there are some fundamental issues that I don't yet understand about low uptakes, particularly amongst HSC workforce.
Thank you. I call Mark Durkin.
Winter comes every year, and winter pressures in the health service get worse every year. But what lessons have been captured from last winter's performance, and how are these lessons being applied this year to ensure improved resilience and patient care?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. The member is quite right. We need to learn year on year on year. I think the lessons have been trapped in the 7 actions that have been identified. So, Action Plan 1, identification and risk stratification of frailty in the over 65s. Number 2, keeping people well at home, so we want to enhance care in care homes, and that's probably boxing smarter rather than additionality. Avoiding admission for end-of-life care, and I think this will be informed by the report from the Committee into Palliative Care. That's number 3. Number 4 is the provision of appropriate or sensible care, so learning from past experience. Number 5, for frail elderly falls, we need a pathway there because that's particularly important. I've just been upstairs hearing about osteoporosis. So you have reduced conditioning, but we want to avoid unnecessary conveyance from falls. Number 6, advanced care planning. And number 7 is quite a specific, it's a fractured neck of femur improvement group. So these are all things that we've learned and which came out of those 4 seminars which made up the big discussion.
Call Linda Dillon.
I want to thank the Minister for your answers so far. Minister, you talked about the domiciliary care packages, and I appreciate the challenges we have around that. But I did raise with your departmental officials at the Health Committee the week before, around the need for a review into direct payments. We need to see a different process for the direct payments. It does not work. It puts an awful lot of pressure on families that are already under severe pressure, trying to look after the people that they love, and we're asking them to become an employer. Now, I know Impact actually provide a very good service, and I thank them for that, but we need to have a new process.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, I agree with the member. I went out, I met some social workers, I think it was in Altnagelvin, but certainly I met some social workers who made that point to me, that the regime and the criteria for direct payments is overcomplicated. And that's one of the many areas where I think we have overcomplicated the delivery of health and social care. And I have asked for a review to see if we can do it more effectively and more patient and service user centred. And some of the examples I was being given were unfavourable comparison with how this is managed in the Republic of Ireland. And so if there are lessons to be learned from the South, they will be learned.
I call Alan Robinson.
The Minister for his responses. To allow for the extra GP sessions that are referred to within the plan, what additional funding has been allocated for GP services this winter, and is this new money or a reallocation of existing resources, and how does it differ from last year?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. £2.5 million in funding has been available to support GP practices increase their capacity to meet the anticipated increase in demand. This winter we anticipate the delivery of around 10,000 medical care plans for patients in nursing and residential care homes, and over 8,000 additional sessions to help manage winter pressures in general practice. We've also engaged on the development of the Northern Ireland Local Enhanced Service Managing Winter Pressures for 2025-26, but £2.5 million, which I understand is fresh additional money.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker and Minister, I thank you for your answers to this point. Could I ask you, Minister, for your assessment of the benefit of the new NIAS target for ambulance turnaround times? And do you agree the target will help ensure that more vehicles and crews are freed up to respond to patient needs?
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Obviously, ambulance handover times have to be a key focus, because that is basically the start of that flow through the hospital setting. And we have to get the whole thing working in tandem. Trusts and NIAS Ambulance Service, they've had a visit to a hospital in London to learn from their approach to releasing ambulances more quickly. Because of that, they were asked to adopt a similar model, and to support it, £12 million has been allocated to trusts to implement targeted interventions by the end of the month, and this is the 20th of the month. Our immediate goal is to eliminate ambulance delays over 2 hours by the 1st of December. All trusts signed up to this goal at the workshops, and once the milestone is achieved, we'll then move towards a much more ambitious target of meeting the 15-minute handover target. It's a system-wide challenge, and I've tasked my department with leading the coordinated action required to deliver these improvements. I think this will have a very profound effect on outcomes and certainly on patient satisfaction, because the longer they wait in ED, the more frustrated they get, and indeed the more likely a less than ideal outcome is to be delivered.
Thank you, Minister. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, Minister, given that every day there are very serious pressures in our emergency departments, and in particular Altnagelvin, which often resembles the scene from your worst possible nightmare, what assurances can you give today in this House that your plan is actually going to do something different and prevent this crisis from deepening, particularly for people who are very anxious about having to present to the emergency departments over the weeks and months ahead?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I have visited the emergency department in Altnagelvin. I recognise absolutely the need for a new build for an ED in Derry. It is the oldest of the Type 1 EDs, and it looks it. However, some of the performance statistics which I was looking at this morning actually suggest that its performance is not the worst of all the Type 1 EDs. And I think that is a testament to the staff and the workforce who operate that ED, because they're operating in far from ideal circumstances. In terms of an assurance that this is a plan that's going to deliver, all I can say to the member is we had 4 workshops where we brought in representatives from every nook and cranny of the health and social care system. I am not about to say they don't know what they were talking about or they don't know how to do things better. And that is the foundation of this plan.
Thank you. I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the main themes in this plan is to care for elderly and those with complex and ongoing illnesses within their own home, and this requires a functioning acute care at home service, as the Minister has already referred to. And given that the Northern Trust has no such service and is only hoping to commence this within the next few weeks with an initial service to 10 patients, how can the Minister claim that this is on a scale that will prevent elderly patients from lying in hospital corridors in Auntramedy this winter?
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I am not making such a claim. I expect the additional winter pressures will result in people waiting far too long in emergency departments to be seen. I don't think we will eradicate the idea of corridor care this winter. I don't think we will do away with the fact that you may walk into an emergency department and meet people who have been in a chair of some description for 12 or maybe even 24 hours or maybe even longer. And the member can certainly say it is only 10 beds and it is only the introduction of hospital at home. But I welcome it because it's a start and it's something we're going to build on. And I have been out and I have seen hospital at home in operation. I've spoken to service users, patients who get hospital at home. They much prefer it to spending time in an acute bed or elsewhere in an acute hospital. And indeed, in terms of cost efficiency, it works financially as well. So it is a good thing. Yes, I accept it's maybe just the start of something, but at least it's a start.
Call Justin McNulty.
Minister, a lady contacted my office last week, distressed enormously by the fact that she spent multiple hours waiting in overcrowded emergency department at Craigavon Area Hospital. Corridor care is the norm. 16 hours to see a doctor. After 26 hours, she walked out. She just couldn't wait anymore. What does it say about our health service where a woman decides to leave an ED because she's given up?
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm very sorry to hear it, and it is probably not a unique experience within our Type 1 emergency departments, but I would simply say to the member, we can go across the water and we can see the same. I was in Washington in March and I visited the Georgetown University Hospital, which was built, I believe, in 1947, but they've just added an extension at a cost of over $800 million. The emergency department is comparatively massive, and every corridor had trolleys with patients in it. We are not outliers. We are struggling as many, many, many health services are struggling. And I am doing whatever I can to try to get to a position where no patient walks out because they've had enough of waiting.
Call Timothy Carson.
Minister, earlier today I was contacted by Kerry O'Neill, who at the weekend was in the South West Acute Hospital, unable to sit, and in the absence of a trolley or bed was reduced to lying on the floor. It's concerning to see this happening in the same week as you launched your winter preparedness plan. This is unacceptable and shambolic, much like how you launched your winter plan in late October. What are you now going to do to ensure this won't happen to anyone else again in the coming weeks?
Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I very much regret the experience of Mr. Neil. I cannot say anything that's going to satisfy the member.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Given that there's an outstanding pay award for health and social care staff and half the money is clearly not all of the money, How do you think it will be possible to implement the winter plan if health and social care staff remain underpaid and their demands are not met?
Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I would say the answer is it won't happen. If they've not paid what they are due, I expect them to continue to ballot for industrial action. I expect them to take strike action. As I've told this House before, the Royal College of Nursing have made clear that this time there will be no derogations. And the Chief Nursing Officer has told me effectively she's not sure how we could possibly manage that. So that is why I have officials, as we sit here, working on a small number of options to restore pay parity. It is my ambition that the only disadvantage that health and social care workers will face this year is a delay in their payment, but they will get the payment.
Thank you. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Speaker and Minister, your plan indicates that there are 258 additional beds that can be opened in an emergency, but given the staff shortages and the pressures that nurses are already under in overcrowded wards, what do you propose? How do you propose to staff these beds?
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I am sorry to say to the member that nurses and other hospital staff are well accustomed to looking after more patients than they are supposed to look after. It has happened before, it happened last winter. It doesn't just happen in the winter time, and they manage, and I'm very grateful to them for managing, but I do wish it was different.
Thank you. That ends the urgent oral question to the Minister for Health. An urgent oral question has been tabled by Aoife Finnegan to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Again, like previous times, I would ask members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called on automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, could you please read the question?
To ask the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to outline the steps his department is taking to assess and address the presence of Asian hornets, given our delicate biodiversity system.
Thank you, and I call the Minister for Agriculture, the Environment and Rural Affairs.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. A report from a member of the public of an Asian hornet in the Donald area of Belfast led to the location of a nest by NEA officials. The nest was treated and successfully removed on Saturday the 18th of October. The nest has been delivered to AFBI for analysis to determine at what stage the hornets were in their breeding cycle. Genetic analysis to obtain clues to their origin is also being scoped. NEA are continuing their monitoring and trapping programme in the Donald area to ensure that there are no further nests. There will be some residual activity from hornets that were not in the nest when it was treated. This is normal, and these will either be trapped or will die off. I would urge the public and beekeepers to remain vigilant and report any suspect insects, ideally with a photograph, to DAERA via the Asian Hornet Watch app or the CEDAR Invasive Species online recording.
Thank you, Minister. I call Aoife Finnegan.
I want to thank the Minister for his answer so far. Understandably, there is worry amongst the local beekeepers, and with that in mind, what specific engagement has DAERA had with local beekeepers to raise awareness and to ensure sightings are reported promptly?
So I know officials engaged with the Ulster Beekeepers Association upon the first sighting of an Asian hornet, and also they're meeting them again tomorrow. And as Minister, I'm going to be looking to engage with them around this as well. I think the main thing for us is to raise awareness around this issue and to encourage people to report it through. By the vigilance of the members of the public, we've been able to track these Asian hornets and then locate where the nest is and then treat it. So I want to thank people for reporting that through and to continue doing that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Michelle McElveen.
And thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today to answer the question in relation to this. As this was unforeseen, I imagine that there hasn't been any budget allocated for the work which is currently being carried out in respect of the Asian hornets. Can I ask the Minister what is the estimated cost, and is any potential bid likely to include support to beekeepers and compensation in the event that hives are lost?
Minister.
So we're working through the situation at the moment, and we will look to absorb that in year within our budget. Our budget is extremely tight. We've also dealt with an issue in terms of avian influenza as well, which is a budget pressure upon us. As this develops, obviously we'll look to how we support the beekeeping industry in Northern Ireland, and we'll continue that engagement. But the most effective way to deal with this immediately is for people to be aware of it and report it through any sightings of Asian hornets through to us as a department, so we can track this. As members of the public, their vigilance around us has allowed us to locate this. And I want to thank officials who worked very, very quickly in regards to this, in terms of being able to locate the actual site and then move in at dusk on Friday night to apply a powder, and then also then remove the nest on Saturday. This was a very quick response by officials.
Thank you. I call Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Can the Minister give an update on the role of the Shared Island Initiative in relation to the recent sightings of the Asian hornet in the Greater Belfast area?
Minister.
Thank you, Andy. So the Shared Island Initiative has been absolutely quite key in terms of our response to this, because it's allowing the sharing of expertise and also in terms of knowledge with regards to the two nests which were found in both Cove and Cork previously in response to this. One of the individuals who are involved in the Shared Island Initiative lives quite close to the site where the Asian hornets have been spotted and where the nest has been removed, and that has been very, very useful. I spoke to my ministerial counterparts at the North-South Ministerial Council at the end of last week in regards to this, and I wanted to thank them for the Shared Island funding and support around this, and it shows that this is an issue where we need to cooperate on, and the benefits of that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Robbie Butler.
Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer, and the Minister will be aware that this isn't the only threat that bees have been under, because earlier in the year we had a series of questions in and around the Chief Bee Inspector role. Could the Minister give us an update in regard to how the Department is furnished for bee inspection?
Minister.
Thank you. My department is responding to recent reductions in inspectorate staff available for bee inspections, and recruitment competitions are underway to increase the number of inspectors available to carry out a range of duties, including bee inspections.
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan.
So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers in relation to this issue. Obviously, it's a very important matter for the Minister and for the Department. Minister, you have said that you're in the process of putting a plan in place and ensuring there's a rapid response to this issue. How much will it sting you?
Minister.
So we already have a response plan in regards to this, and it's something that we're implementing. We will review that in terms of the situation we've experienced and in terms of any lessons learned. But I think that shared knowledge in terms of the All-Ireland approach around this is important. I think it's also important to set out to yourselves that to date there's been about 500 sightings across the UK and Ireland. But thus far, those sightings were in North Yorkshire and Cheshire. So the fact that this sighting has occurred and the nest has occurred in Belfast is of a concern around this, and that's why it's important that people report it through to us, so then we can enable a prompt response to this. We will seek to manage this pressure in year, because it's important we do that. But as the situation unfolds, it's really important we get on top of it and we allow people to report it through as soon as possible.
Thank you, Minister. I call William Mervyn.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his response so far. In the Armagh area, there's a large concentration of bees and apple orchards, as you'll be aware of, Minister. Is there anything those beekeepers can do to help protect their bees?
So the point I've raised in terms of awareness of this, dissemination of information, and then reporting is really, really critical. And the reason why I'm saying this is that the Asian hornet is a highly effective predator of insects, including honeybees, wasps, and other important pollinators such as hoverflies. So it's really important that we report this through and allow the Northern Ireland Environment Agency to respond to this, because this threats in terms of our native insect biodiversity and pollination services more widely.
Thank you, Minister. I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, to thank the Minister for his answer so far. Now, the Minister, the Deputy Speaker, referenced 500 sightings in the UK or the UK and Ireland. Can I ask the Minister then if there will be continued analysis of that and information sharing between officials in these jurisdictions?
Minister.
Yes, so this is something as part of the British Irish Council because it's been identified as a risk, and I know that Channel Islands have also had sightings in regards to this. That's why the nest is now with AFBI for analysis. So it's important we analyse what we've found so we can allow us to respond to this. But this is a situation which is unprecedented. The fact that this has been found in Belfast, how it got here is not entirely clear. There's a possibility this could have arrived through a delivery in terms of a stowaway in regards to this, but it's really important people report this through. As I said, the nest was treated on Friday night, and then what happened is it was removed on Saturday, but it could have been on Friday night some bees which were not there in the nest and will still be in the locality, so it's important that people see them and they report them through to us.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes this item of business. Would members please take their ease until the next item? Thank you.
Members, we now return to the motion on strengthening storm resilience and infrastructure preparedness, and I call on Philip Brett to move the amendment. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose the amendments and 5 minutes. The amendment and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. Mr. Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to move the amendment in my colleague's name. Just to give some context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as to why we brought forward this amendment is in relation to the importance of ensuring energy security and security of supply. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you may not have known this, or indeed the way some executive ministers handled this issue, but Northern Ireland was just days away from being in a blackout less than 2 to 3 weeks ago. The context for this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was relation to our current 3 power plants. Ballylumford, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as you may be aware, was damaged in recent storm Eowyn, and as a result of that has been offline, and Kilkira, our other power plant, has been down for maintenance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this resulted in a situation where Kilroot Power Station was approaching running out of its permitted hours to provide electricity supply to Northern Ireland. We required 2 emergency executive meetings to address this issue. A written statement provided by the Minister for the Economy and EP, who are the owners of Kilroot Power Plant, are now in court action against the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is the first time this situation has been outlined and articulated to this House, which I believe is a shame. It took, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the work of the Economy Committee and my colleagues on that to interrogate the Department for the Economy and the Utility Regulator to find out that this was the case. Members across these benches should have been informed by both the Department for Agriculture, Rural Development and also the Department for the Economy that we were only hours away from a blackout being introduced here in Northern Ireland. And the reason, Mr Deputy Speaker, in my view, that this was not articulated to members of this House is because it does not suit the narrative of the current climate change targets. It is clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the current climate change targets that were set in place by this previous Assembly are not achievable and are undermining our energy security of supply. We look forward with anticipation to the report that will be produced by the Northern Ireland Audit Office tomorrow in relation to our journey to net happily.
Would the member agree with me, if we don't do something about climate change, we're going to continue to have worse storms? We are having these weather events because of the fact that we do not address climate change.
And I was just about to go on to that point, Ms Dillon, that I believe we do have a moral duty to tackle climate change, but that should not be at the expense of being hours away of my constituents and yours, Ms Dillon, from being in a power blackout. We heard from the proposer of this motion the importance of ensuring that our schools receive timely notifications. If our schools don't have electricity, they're not going to receive those notifications. If our hospitals do not receive the power that they need, a result of these storms, Ms Dillon, will be that people will be placed in huge and real danger. And that is why I believe that this House needs to take serious action and look at the consequences of the energy figures that we are trying to meet, because as I made clear in this House in a debate 2 weeks ago, people who were proposing our climate change targets couldn't even tell us the current rate of our renewable electricity targets, because they are more interested in climate change extremism than the reality that sits before us. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe we need leadership from this issue, and it's not going to be found by the Minister for the Economy or the DRM Minister. That needs to be taken forward by the First and Deputy First Minister. So our amendment calls for the First and Deputy First Minister to prioritise above all else the energy security and security of supply to the people of Northern Ireland. The duty of any government, Mr Deputy Speaker, is to protect its citizens and ensure the safety of those who live here in Northern Ireland. And there can be no greater requirement upon government than to ensure security of energy supply. Thankfully, Mr Deputy Speaker, the previous crisis which could have engulfed Northern Ireland was avoided, but this could be repeated or could come back should Kilroot Power Station win its court case against the Department of Agriculture. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe we need strong leadership from the First and Deputy First Minister to look again at the targets that have been set by the previous Assembly. It is clear we are not going to reach the targets of 2030, and we need to stop kidding the public and kidding ourselves that we are going to do so. Today is an opportunity for the House to commit to energy security and supply, and ensure that the focus of this executive is on providing basic services, not of trying to reach unreachable targets.
Members, before we proceed, I'm going to inform the House that the Speaker's Office has been made aware of ongoing legal proceedings relating to Kilroot Power Station. Therefore, I would remind members about the requirements of standing orders in relation to matters that are sub judice. Members must respect the distinct roles of the courts and the Assembly when commenting on active legal proceedings. I call Kathleen Mason.
The need for all departments to tailor their responses to the frequency and severity of storms and extreme weather events is increasingly clear. And this motion comes very timely, as I'm sure everyone has seen yesterday's flooding in Newcastle in my own constituency. And it caused concern and panic for the local community. For many households, they were only millimetres away from their homes being flooded once again. I want to acknowledge the strength of the local community, particularly the Newcastle Regional Community Resilience Group, who provided vital communication throughout the day, and the Mourne Mountain Rescue Team, who brought down a hiker to safety. Upwards of 1,200 sandbags were made available and distributed to prevent flooding damages to households in the area. DFI Roads and Rivers officials were on the ground monitoring water levels at the Shimna River and clearing large stones and debris from the roads. They were elevating the seismic water runoff, equating to 3 days' worth of rain across the course of the day from the mountain. I welcome that advice from the Department was consistent and immediate action was taken to prevent extreme flood damages to homes. There are, of course, lessons to be learnt to ensure flooding can be avoided, but in worst case scenarios, households are protected. Lessons also must be learnt from the Education Authority's delays in closing schools during Storm Amy. This caused deep frustration and fear amongst parents and guardians. The lack of clear and timely communication did cause chaos for schools and families. Schools in some counties were told to close early, causing confusion for parents whose school was in county borders due to the lack of direct communication from the EA to those schools. Schools were left to handle this resulting miscommunication, and this was diverting focus from ensuring pupil and staff safety. Failing to close schools on time with appropriate notice put children and schools' safety at risk. The Education Authority said that as of 11:30 a.m. on the morning of the storm, 18 schools had reported storm-related incidents to its maintenance service. These mainly involved damage to roofs and fallen trees. With no alternative transport provided, parents had to collect their children during a storm warning, placing parents and families at risk and putting households at risk despite advice to avoid unnecessary travel. There should have been much better communication and coordination between the Department of Education, the EA and the Met Office. They should have listened to advice in advance and instructed accordingly. When departments and statutory agencies fail to work collaboratively, it leads to unneeded disruption. Working together delivers stronger results for our communities. The flooding in Downpatrick and Newcastle in 2023 was devastating for the local area. Despite extremely challenging circumstances, the resilience of our small and family-run local businesses and the remarkable community spirit shone through when everyone came together to support one another. The interventions that followed the floods showed us how we are at our best when everybody works together. Former Economy Minister Conor Murphy announced the flood support scheme. This announcement was a huge relief for our small and family-run local traders, and it assisted them to restore their premises and to continue to open their doors to the community. I also want to acknowledge the work that was undertaken by former Infrastructure Minister John O'Dowd, whose efforts laid the groundwork before his successor, the current Minister Liz Kimmins. The First Minister and the then Infrastructure Minister John O'Dowd visited Downpatrick to meet with the affected organisations and residents, viewing first-hand the sites that were devastated by the flooding. And Infrastructure Minister Liz Kimmins has also met with the residents and businesses in Newcastle and Downpatrick, listening to their concerns and working on their behalf to help prevent such devastating events. Yes, I will give way.
For giving way, and notwithstanding that some good work has actually happened when the ministers were in place, would the member agree with me that some of the things that we're doing actually don't work and we need to think slightly differently? Because I would think there was some comments this morning from Newcastle that some of the flood alleviation in one area perhaps just redirects the water in a different way. And as I'd said at the start of the motion, some of the countries are already leading the way in this space. We maybe need to think slightly outside the box.
There's an extra minute.
And yes, I agree with the members' comments, and that's why I'm trying to reiterate that it's best when we all work together, when we all come together and form a response from all departments. In responding to storms and extreme weather, every department must play its part, not only by delivering the interventions needed to prevent damage, but also by stepping in to help communities to recover and rebuild when disaster does strike. We are better when we work together. When it comes to storm and extreme weather responses, we need every department to step up, work together and to play their part, not only to deliver early interventions required to prevent destruction and damage, but also to intervene and help communities to recover and rebuild after disaster strikes.
Andy McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I also thank Mr. Butler for his remarks and sentiment at the start of sentiments made at the start of his remarks regarding Newcastle, and again Cathy Mason. Again, just bears to reiterate that this was just a yellow rain warning. The consequences of an amber or indeed red rain warning in the area it doesn't really bear thinking about. And certainly agree with the general intent of the original motion. There is indeed a need for clear contingency planning, stronger leadership, and better coordination between departments and agencies. Emergency response systems and communication on the ground can certainly be strengthened as well, and that must include putting in place a community emergency resilience network that can work with agencies to deliver local support during future storms. And again, thinking back to Storm Eowyn, some of the community resilience that was on display in my own constituency involved GAA halls, Orange halls, church halls, community halls, all coming together in order to create space. And again, Mr Butler, I think, raised some points regarding medical issues. Again, this was certainly something that was experienced in my own area, and I think there's a County Down Rural Community Network will be well known to everybody, I'm sure, certainly in South Down. And again, they have a network in place that can put together responses to this, and even simple things like adapters on the outside of fuse boxes in houses in order to get portable generators to be able to link up. I mean, these are all some of the ideas that are to be enacted, and would be really good if they could. But yes, we do need to strengthen our infrastructure through better maintenance and new technologies to make it more resilient to extreme weather events within our part of the world. These events tend to be high winds and heavy rain. And again, the rain we've seen over the last weekend, it would be good to see the flood forecasting service developed, enacted, and put forward again, sort of to get it going, because again, the flooding events are quite stark. I'm not sure that we'll be able to fully avoid every road closure and public transport disruption and power cuts in the future. I think we have to accept that we're seeing climate change play out exactly as we have predicted. Massive storms causing extensive damage. Certainly.
The member is quite right, but there is things that we can do to future-proof this. But I think we're all engaged in the ambition to plant more trees, for instance. But where we plant them is important. So if we don't plant them beside the edge of the roads, for instance, they're not going to fall across the road. So there are steps we can take to prevent road closures and so on, if we actually want to think long-term about these things.
Member's extra minute.
I think the member makes an interesting point. Yes, but I think also we have to accept that how our tree strategy is enacted will play a big part in tackling climate change, not least mixed woodland areas and such like, in order to prevent maybe some of the rainfall hitting the infrastructure that it does. But again, coming back to the point, warmers. I mean, it's it's kind of simple when you think of it. Really, we are seeing warmer seas, warmer things create more energy. This is creating more energy in our weather systems, which means we are seeing the weather events that are happening. To have a day's rain, 2 days rain fall in a matter of hours, I mean, it shouldn't. I mean, we can't expect the infrastructure that we have to be able to cope with it. But these are now becoming more the norm when it comes to our weather systems. During Storm Eowyn, there was over 2,300 reported obstructions on the road network, including hundreds on our motorways. Train lines suffered significant damage, and substantial resources were poured into the clean-up, and people worked extremely hard around the clock to remove the trees. Even so, it took a long time, simply due to the sheer extent of the devastation. This is how climate change differs from weather. This is why climate change really is the problem. Short of removing all trees that are growing in the vicinity of infrastructure that Mr Butler bears reference to, there's very little that can be done to prevent massive storms that we're going to see as a result of climate change from having an impact on people's lives. We do need to step up our efforts to combat climate change, and know the dear Minister is doing what he can, and also must his colleagues. We must ensure that climate change is a chief consideration when planning new infrastructure. We are already obliged to do so by law, and courts are enforcing this requirement, as we have seen. I am concerned about the amendment, as Mr Brett's not here, that the amendment is trying to twist and turn this motion into attack on renewable energy targets, and the insinuation about their impact on energy security. The truth is that by 80-30 target is nothing short of essential to our energy security. There is no cliff edge. Nothing will be switched off before sufficient renewable alternatives are in place, even in the unfortunate case that we miss the 2030 target. And we must always put more units back on if we need to be. We are currently at the mercy of international gas markets, which comes with significant geopolitical risks. We have seen some of that play out when it comes to the prices spiked after the invasion of Ukraine. Our dependency on fossil fuels that are not generated locally also means that our energy consumption largely benefits other countries, when offshore renewables could bring an economic bonanza to our local economy around ports such as in my own constituency, South Down, of Warrenpoint, Ardglass and Kilkeel. And that's what I want to see. I want to see my areas not only driving the green economy, but also providing our own energy security. So both the financial and the energy perseverance that comes with it. The response to that should not be to slow down renewable deployment, but increase it so we have a more diverse portfolio that are not dependent on mostly old gas plants. The sooner we are energy independent, the sooner we'll become energy secure. Thank you.
Justin McNulty.
I rise today to speak on this motion calling for storm resilience and infrastructure preparedness. I agree that strengthening our infrastructure and resilience to better protect against storms is an issue of critical importance to the public and for community safety. This motion, however, does not advance any specific actionable recommendations to tangibly address the matter. To best achieve the goal of storm resilience and infrastructure preparedness, the Executive must put forward specific and detailed plans to tackle the issue in areas where there are the greatest vulnerabilities and susceptibilities to flooding. Aligned with the construction of infrastructural protections, the Executive must put forward more supports and resources into community resilience groups to combat these storm-related issues. Communities are best equipped to know the intricacies of an area, like where vulnerable people live and where vulnerable places lie. Given local expertise, communities themselves should be empowered and supported, and given the necessary tools to plan and respond to adverse weather concerns. Examples like the Cushendall Resilience Group represent how these organisations can operate outside of relying on emergency services, instead having emergency plans tailored to their community needs while working in partnership with the rescue services as necessary. The Flood Resilience Group in Newry is another example of a community-led group who, along with Newry BID and their members, have ensured that Newry is a much more advanced state of flood readiness. This is crucially important as we all know that in 2023, Newry experienced flooding that devastated local businesses. On October 2nd this year, the Maydown Bridge connecting Tyrone and Armagh suffered a partial collapse due to heavy rainfall, creating huge disruption to locals. When will the Maydown Bridge be repaired or reconstructed? Infrastructure issues that are compounded when we experience flooding, like that in Newcastle just this weekend and 2 years ago in Newry, represent how we have not necessarily taken enough concrete steps to prepare against adverse weather conditions. We were talking about this problem then, and now we are talking about it again 2 years later, without any meaningful action from the Executive. I call upon the Minister for Infrastructure to provide specific details, plans on how to build storm resilience through measures such as community groups such as mentioned. And it is an absolute no-brainer that we have a coordinated approach in relation to school closures when storm conditions are experienced at a certain level.
Each of us know all too well about the increase in severe weather events, including storms, and the impact that these have right across our communities. Prevention is key, and while the Department for Infrastructure has been hindered by budget in the level of day-by-day maintenance it can provide, I want to commend the Infrastructure Minister for recognising the importance of such works and backing up her recognition by allocating further funding to deliver additional cleaning and maintenance of drainage lines and manholes. The Infrastructure Minister, for her part in particular, has shown the proactive approach her department takes in preparation for storms. In advance of Storm Amy, the department undertook culvert screening maintenance work in a bid to ensure countless homes were protected from flooding. Preventative actions such as gully emptying and culvert screening have also contributed to ensuring disruption to public transport is minimised. The work of the Department of Infrastructure has shown they are intent on ensuring public safety is a priority, as well as maintaining an efficient transport network, particularly for some of our most valuable workers who rely on public transport to get to and from work during storms. While preparation is key, I also want to take this opportunity to commend the workers across the Department for Infrastructure, NIW, Lochs Agency and others who go above and beyond to ensure the effects of a storm are dealt with as soon as possible. Most recently during Storm Amy, as my colleague has said, 2,000 sandbags were delivered and committed staff worked over the weekend to clear the unavoidable debris that the storm left behind. With some 1,500 incidents recorded across rural and urban areas, it is clear that with every best effort of the Department and other agencies, getting roads cleared of trees and debris in particular is done as quickly as possible. I think it is also important to recognise the good work that is done in communities by local community resilience groups in flood risk areas. I know of the hard work these groups do to manage the effects of severe weather storms. However, as with everything, there is always room for improvement and new ways of working. Additional resources would enable the Department of Infrastructure, or for Infrastructure, to do more. Legislation the Minister is progressing can assist in managing water entering the network, and advances in technology could enable new ways of working to be developed. With all that said, I want to again commend all those who work hard in our communities and the agencies to plan and prepare for significant weather events, as well as the huge body of work that is required for the clean-up afterwards.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak briefly on this issue from an education and schools perspective, which is referred to specifically in the motion, and other colleagues will be covering some of the wider issues. I had made a member statement on the issue around the handling of school closures in relation to Storm Amy, and much of what I will say today will reflect those comments. However, I do just want to correct the record from that statement that I made. I did reference in that statement that there was an amber weather warning in place from the 1st of October. It had been drawn to my attention that it was in fact a yellow warning that was given at that stage, with the amber not kicking in until the evening before the storm. This undoubtedly did impact the planning considerations that would have been at play in the EA, so I felt it important to put that on the record, as EA officials had raised that with me directly. I think it's important to note if you err on a point of fact. However, this motion references delayed and inconsistent messages being delivered to schools in relation to the closures around Storm Amy, and that has already been referenced by members already. And I have to concur that lessons do indeed need to be learned. Of course, pupil and staff safety is key, and Robbie Butler has already highlighted the issue in his remarks of the critical issue around the risks to life that are associated with storms, and that must always be the priority when we are considering these issues. But I don't think it can be denied that communications in relation to Storm Amy in the school context came too late, and that did not help anybody in terms of providing the right response. The timeline that was in operation for arriving at the school closures caused unnecessary pressure to come to bear on school leaders and parents. The key for me was the appropriateness of when the notice to the impacted schools was received around closure. For many, it was at the very moment that they were bringing children in through the school gates and parents were driving away to their workplaces that emails were landing saying that schools needed to close. And that was at a time when many principals were to my mind, nowhere near their emails. They were often on the school gates bringing children in to start the school day. So it created an entirely unacceptable level of pressure, with principals then being tasked to reach parents almost immediately after they've left the school premises to go to work, to rearrange childcare arrangements and get back to the school. School leaders needed time to manage these closures, so it is hard for me to understand why a call couldn't have been made the previous evening so that schools and parents had time to plan and communicate clearly and effectively. And the breaking down of the closures, and this has been highlighted as well by county, undoubtedly created confusion. Parents were uncertain where Belfast was to fit into that, and despite the Met's own warning map not covering all of County Antrim, the EA closure was given blanket effect for that whole county, which caused further confusion. This could have been avoided by earlier and clearer communications. And then just to add to this, that the communications around transport and meals were also slow. They were not landing often until the closure itself had kicked in, and the delays with it appearing on social media also played into some of the confusion. Once again, early decisions on the previous day could have avoided all of this. And the effect of that was pressure on school leaders, pressure on parents, and school leaders reported a sense of communication overload. They were being bombarded by contact on social media from parents, by email, by phone, and then trying to navigate the processes within the EA internally. So in short, around this issue, my view is that when we have time to make decisions earlier, we should do so. Of course, there is always the risk of sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's hard to sometimes call it right, but when we have notice, we should be in a position where we can give our officials and our school leaders appropriate notice. So I concur entirely with the motion that lessons should be learned and would welcome any improvements which can be brought forward in relation to the timeliness and effectiveness of communications with school leaders in relation to closures around storms. I would note that the Minister of Education has already requested a short, sharp review of the processes internally in education, and I hope that that would deliver improvements quickly and effectively. This is very welcome within education, but if a wider cross-departmental view can bring better alignment across all the departments, then that is something that I would welcome. So I hope that we do see some progress around cross-departmental working on this, and I'm certainly very content to support the motion as originally drafted.
Anya Murphy.
In recent weeks and months we have all witnessed the growing severity and frequency of storms across the island. Storms that have wreaked havoc on homes, on businesses and indeed our rural communities. They have caused widespread disruption to electricity, broadband, transport and community infrastructure. And whilst no area has been left untouched or unimpacted, the acute impact has been felt mostly in our rural areas, where long distances, vulnerable connectivity and a rugged terrain amplifies the challenges when bad weather strikes. When severe storms hit, power lines are brought down, roads are blocked and broadband as well as signal drops. For too many families, this means days without heat, light and no way to access vital information. During Storm AO in Lash Cancollier, I had some constituents in Rosslea without power for more than 10 days, most of whom are elderly, as well as young families who have children with additional needs and life-limiting conditions. I will, yeah.
Thank the member for taking an intervention. Would the member agree with me that given that I note that NIE had 181 million in profits in 2024, that they could well afford to have a better system in place for providing generators to those on the critical care list, particularly those at end of life, who potentially have to be removed from their home at end of life? Those are people who chose to die at home and they are being moved into hospitals that can ill afford to take them. But more so, those people did not want to go into hospital, they wanted to die at home.
There's an extra minute.
Yes, and I concur with the member, and I suppose this is the point of the motion, that there is closer cohesion between, especially between NIE and obviously the trusts across the north. Just in relation to my own constituency, you know, we have all no doubt been contacted by constituents who have lost power, but especially those constituents who are vulnerable. Some children are relying on nebulisers and ventilators as well. This leaves rural residents isolated and vulnerable, farms unable to operate and businesses unable to open. One area that clearly requires attention is the role of Forestry Service in relation to fallen trees and electricity outages. Time and time again, we have seen major power cuts in rural areas that have been caused by trees, be it privately owned or forestry owned, bringing down lines, yet the response to remove these hazards is far too slow. Forestry Service and private owners should be working together with utility companies, with DFI, with NIE to identify these areas of high risk and to undertake pre-storm assessments and ensure that trees near these power lines are properly managed. A more proactive approach, one that prevents outages rather than simply reacting to them, would make a significant difference to rural residents, farms and our local businesses. It's simply unacceptable that homes are left in darkness and cut off from society for days on end because delays in clearance works. Lash Cancollier, these experiences highlight the urgent need to strengthen our civil contingency planning. The Executive Civil Contingency Framework sets out a system of cohesion between departments, councils and agencies. However, recent events have shown that communication between these bodies can be slow, inconsistent, confusing, and this means that delivery on the ground is in fact delayed. Rural communities deserve a commitment from all bodies that will guarantee fast action on the ground when they need it. We can't continue to rely on goodwill and ad hoc coordination when communities are cut off. Strengthening our storm resilience is not just about repairing damage. It must be centred around prevention, planning and partnership to ensure that all agencies and utilities are working together effectively in order to protect our rural communities.
Ellen Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this motion and the proposer bringing this motion today, and it is undeniable that extreme weather patterns are increasing with devastating effect, as we saw at the weekend in Newcastle, and my thoughts are with the people of Newcastle who today are clearing up and suffering the after effects of the destruction. These recent storms, Mr. Speaker, have exposed a critical weakness in our energy infrastructure that demands immediate attention. I think we would all struggle to name someone not affected by outages caused this year by either Storm Eowyn or Storm Amy to a lesser extent. Our infrastructure simply was not able to cope, and many of us were left without electricity and broadband to operate businesses, farms, and to communicate for work and with our loved ones. Many in my constituency in Fermanagh and South Tyrone were concerned in recent weeks when school closure notifications were delayed, leaving parents unsure about whether they needed to call to the school to collect their children or not.
The member took an intervention.
Yes,
yes, thank you very much indeed. Would the member agree with me that it's absolute scandal that the likes of NIE and Sony have made significant amount of profits on these networks? And the fact is they haven't invested in them at all, despite the fact that severe weather events have been signalled for quite a long time from people like the Met Office as well.
And thank the member for his intervention. Yes, you make a good point. And I'm coming to something else to do with NIE at a later point in my words. In my rural constituency, good infrastructure and planning is as vital as anywhere else, yet it's places like Fermanagh and South Tyrone, the rural areas, that bear the brunt of our infrastructure failures. The Economy Committee recently met with the utility regulator, who worryingly confirmed how close we came to a Northern Ireland-wide blackout due to a single point of failure. Further engagement with the utility regulator by myself and my colleague revealed that Culkera was offline due to maintenance. Ballylunford was also offline, leaving Kilroot as the only fully functioning station, effectively placing Northern Ireland wholly reliant on a single supplier. We quite simply cannot risk reliance on solely one single provider for energy supply. Mr. Speaker, there will be concern in Northern Ireland around the vulnerability of our supply, as recent storms have shown that we simply have not been able to cope. Furthermore, response times for maintenance once things do go wrong have been inadequate. For example, we saw after Storm Eowyn that some fibrous customers were left without broadband for as many as 3 weeks. In a day and age where we all rely on internet for working from home or communicating with families, this is simply unacceptable. In addition, the stability of our electricity supply requires urgent solutions, but time is not on our side. A fourth power plant would take 5 years to build, and the indications are that the North-South interconnector will not be ready until 2031. The lessons need to be learned, and we must not allow our energy security to be compromised by delays or over-reliance on a single provider. Additionally, in Northern Ireland, we have no framework in place for storm damage compensation, as the guaranteed standard of service for electricity supply typically does not apply during exceptional weather events. This means that not only did many face a loss of earnings as a result of outages, but they failed to be adequately compensated for the loss of electric supply. This situation highlights the urgent need for clearer contingency planning alongside better coordination between departments and agencies that other speakers have mentioned. The Education Authority must also improve communication with schools and parents to avoid the confusion during the recent storm, and develop mobile alerts for all schools with urgent out-of-hours information going directly to the management boards of schools. We support the call for the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to lead a cross-departmental review to improve emergency response systems and strengthen infrastructure resilience, thus ensuring that communities and essential services are better protected. We also call on the Minister for the Economy to provide assurances that vital public services will not be placed at risk as we transition to renewable energy. Northern Ireland cannot afford to be left vulnerable, so we must act now to ensure our infrastructure is resilient against future severe weather events. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call David Honeyford.
Deputy Speaker, I speak to this just on the energy security and to the line from the DUP and what's been said in this chamber. And the line on energy security is fair. We should all want a reliable, resilient energy system. But then the amendment, quite frankly, veers right off the road when it tries to insinuate that renewables are actually the cause of that risk. Recently, the issues were Ballylumford and Kilcura, not with renewables. This view is at best misinformed. Diversifying our sources of energy by hitting 80 by 30 renewable targets are not a risk to our energy security. They're actually the route to securing energy security. Clean renewable energy that is homegrown and produced here gives us control over future security. It reduces costs for hard-working families in the long term, and every household has seen their energy costs more than double in the past couple of years from the Ukraine war, where fossil fuels costs rise and have risen sharply. But alongside the costs, renewables are important to meeting those climate obligations. Achieving structural change in our energy production needs targets to aim for. We shouldn't be opposing goals or creating doubt. Everyone needs targets to work towards. But
Could the member just outline to me where in my amendment I say that renewables undermine energy security? And could the member further confirm then, does he believe that we're going to reach these targets, and who does he believe is correct, himself or I?
An extra minute.
He spoke about net zero as the basis for the amendment. What is said in the amendment, the first bit of energy security, is fair. I said that at the start. What the next part is inferring, and then what is said. That, and we need to have security of energy here, of security of supply, but that needs a whole system design. The current issue I have with this is looking that we're still too developer-led. We're leaving the power with people that own power stations and developers on renewables. We don't have that overall plan to come forward, and I've raised that many times in here. We need that master plan that's led by the department that sets out how renewables, how storage, how interconnection all fits together, a central approach that gives us a clear direction and a final design that we can actually work towards. But energy security depends on a strategic whole system plan approach, not piecemeal decisions. And absolutely critical to the delivery of all of this is the North-South interconnector. It was said whenever we met the utility regulator, that is fundamentally the issue at heart here. Delivery is absolutely key to our overall system. The interconnector will finally give us that all-island system. We currently have an all-island market, but it's made up of two smaller systems sitting side by side with each other, which are not fully connected. The interconnector changes that. It unites the two systems and will allow electricity to flow between the north and south, creating that all-island system that has been promised for so long, reducing costs for consumers. It also removes the risk of the single point of failure by providing flexibility, meaning our system has been designed that we only need one power station to be functioning at a time in Northern Ireland when we're connected across the island. That needs to happen, and I would ask the Minister of Economy to commit unreservedly to that interconnector as planned. But the North-South interconnector is essential to allow us to bring more wind, solar and all the other renewables without curtailing generation. Connection to Scotland is also important between Dublin and Wales, and the connection from the south to France. We need all of it. So yes, we want energy security, but let's be really clear, that's achieved through a master plan, through interconnection and investments in renewables, not by scaremongering about net zero and clean energy. It is really disappointing, but not entirely surprising, that we see a misinformed amendment brought forward. I am surprised Philip is the person to deliver that from the DUP, and we work really well together on this. But I'm not shocked that the DUP are burying their heads in their sand and allergic to change and can't see the effects of climate change that are around them. You can say by this amendment and by what's said here that when it does come to climate and energy in the DUP, there aren't too many lights on. But Alliance cannot support an amendment because we fully believe that the future of Northern Ireland's energy system must be clean, it must be secure and must be planned. I'm about to finish, but I will go for it.
Member giving way. Will the member concede that it's not only the DUP that have outlined their concerns in terms of the climate change targets, but also the Committee for Climate Change in its report in 2021 said that we were going beyond what was required to ensure that the UK hit at net zero, and in fact going too far too fast can have problems for Northern Ireland. So it's not just us that's saying, it's actually the experts which his party ignored.
Experts that we ignore is some stretch, to be absolutely frank. We've just had a weekend of rain and a complete denial that the climate is actually changing and going. What I said is absolutely correct. Whenever it comes to climate and when it comes to energy and it comes to net zero in here, there aren't many lights on. So we need to stop causing division, stop causing uncertainty and using any excuse to continue to drive us backwards. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and that concludes the list of speakers. I now call on Junior Minister Ashton ready to respond, and you will have up to 15 minutes.
And I just want to start by thanking members for their important contributions to this topic and to the proposers of this motion for giving us the opportunity to highlight the work that is already underway across the executive and local government to prepare for, respond and to recover from severe weather events. And I know members have referenced other departments and other ministers, and I'll try to touch on those as much as I can, but if I haven't, I'm sure the departments will be happy to respond to members' specific queries and questions on those. And given where we sit on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, we are not unfamiliar with the severe weather conditions here. As a result, we have well-exercised response arrangements. However, it is very clear that recent storms such as Dara, Aylwin and Amy have tested the resilience of our systems, our infrastructures and our communities. And additionally, just this weekend, we have seen the local impacts of a low-impact rain warning on our communities in Newcastle, with 90 incidents reported to the Department for Infrastructure. And I want to echo those comments made by others in the chambers that our thoughts are with those that have been impacted. And I see the Minister for Communities has just left, but I have been told that the scheme of emergency financial assistance operated by his department was activated this morning, and that local government environmental health staff have begun to arrange visits with those that have been affected. So I would point members in that direction if they are working with anybody specifically in those constituencies to make sure that those who have been affected are being supported. These weather events have required a whole of society response, and it is only right that we continue to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of our frontline staff, emergency responders and local volunteers who stepped up in very challenging circumstances. And the saying goes that you can't predict the weather, but as the proposers of the motion have noted, we are seeing more frequent and more severe weather events here over recent years. This places even greater importance on preparations and for us to expect the unexpected. With severe weather events, there are impacts that develop across society that cause disruption to everyday life. And in order to mitigate any immediate risk to life, there are times when we will be inconvenienced by temporary closures of facilities, businesses or schools, or are impacted by transport delays. And these are, for the most part, unavoidable and to keep people safe. But of course, the impacts are felt more strongly when they disrupt essential utilities, such as electricity and water supply, internet access and mobile phone networks. And these utilities have become indispensable in modern life, and in particular for our rural and isolated communities. These services are seen as a lifeline, and they are heavily relied upon, and any disruption is acutely felt. We acknowledge that security of electricity supply is a key priority for the Department for the Economy, and that its officials are working closely with SONI and the utility regulator, who also have statutory responsibilities in respect of security of supply in terms of the real-time operation of the power system, and are continually monitoring the situation and providing regular updates. Despite an increase in renewable generation and the additional clean capacity it provides, the electricity system remains reliant on conventional fossil fuel generation to make sure that we can meet fluctuating electricity demand and maintain the stability of the electricity system. But there is more work to be done on this, and that's done alongside and in partnership with the private sector to make sure that all of our essential utility services are more resilient and that they can be relied on by all in emergency situations. Turning to our most recent storm, Storm Amy, it should be noted that this storm, while named, was not declared a major incident by any of our blue light organisations. And like with the principles of subsidiarity outlined in our civil contingencies framework, the response was managed at the operational level by local government, the Department of Infrastructure, NIE networks and other key stakeholders. The decision to close schools in the areas covered by the weather warning was taken by the Education Authority, which holds the operational responsibility and the duty of care for pupils and staff. And we are aware, and I think it has been mentioned, that the Minister of Education has commissioned an internal review following Storm Amy, which will consider the communication methods used by the Education Authority and assess the planning and decision-making processes that were utilised. As highlighted in the motion, how we communicate with the public in respect of emergencies is vitally important. We share the view that communication and coordination has to be clear, it has to be timely and it has to be effective. And in that regard, we are progressing a review and revamp of the content of the NI Direct platform to improve communications and to make sure that clear, accessible and timely information is available to the public in preparation for, during and after emergencies. Our primary duty is to protect those who live here, although that duty is not ours alone. And I refer not only to the Executive and the Ministers, but there is a role everyone can play, and that is much broader than the Executive. It includes MLAs, local government, public bodies and the community itself. We want to empower communities and individuals to prepare for, respond to and recover effectively when emergencies strike. This means fostering and supporting stronger community networks, where neighbours support one another and local organisations are empowered and equipped to respond. By strengthening personal and community resilience, we enable the Executive to focus its resources where they are needed most and to protect the most vulnerable, restoring essential services more quickly and minimising disruption across society. This is a shared endeavour and one that demands leadership, collaboration and a renewed commitment to preparedness at every level. The Executive is committed to delivering that leadership and promoting that collaboration. And all Executive departments, strategic stakeholders and operational partners are working together across the civil contingencies risk landscape to make sure that operational plans are responding to any emergency, are not designed and delivered in isolation. Through the Civil Contingencies Strategic Risk Management Project, work is ongoing to identify where all of these interactions occur and to act as a catalyst for even closer cross-departmental working in this space. I hope that I have been able to demonstrate how many of the actions contained in the motion are already underway, but that doesn't mean that we rest on our laurels. We are not complacent, we can't be complacent, and we are continuously learning and adapting, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you, Senior Minister, for that response. I now call on Gary Middleton to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank obviously all of the members for their contributions today. I'm going to be winding obviously in our DUP amendment. Mr Deputy Speaker, in recent months Northern Ireland has faced a series of serious weather incidents which have caused disruption right across our communities, whether it be Storm Dara, Storm Eowyn or more recently Storm Amy. Those storms did expose the vulnerability in our infrastructure, our emergency response systems and our communication networks. We've seen firsthand the impact that the storms have had in our homes without power, people left without water and indeed communities cut off with mobile and broadband signal. Of course, this isn't just about an inconvenience for people, this is about people's safety as well. It's also about ensuring that when the next storm does hit, that people across Northern Ireland are not left in the dark, whether that be literally or figuratively. The amendment rightly highlights the alarming situation at Ballylumford Power Station, where storm damage combined with planned maintenance at Colquera left our electricity supply dangerously exposed to a single point of failure. That is, yes.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot about sort of grids and access to sort of renewables, but one of the things we haven't heard about is about synchronicity and inertia. Those are absolutely vital things. So would the member agree with me that in any discussions we have in the future, we need to make sure we've got enough conventional or nuclear supply to be able to make sure we've got synchronicity and inertia, or else the system doesn't work?
Absolutely, and unfortunately I haven't got enough time just to respond entirely, but I support the member's sentiment. Northern Ireland can't function without a reliable power supply. Our hospitals, our emergency services and our schools very much rely on that reliable power supply. Road safety has also been highlighted, again another major issue when it comes to surface flooding and debris on the road making travel dangerous. And of course DFI are responsible for the gullies and they should be, unblocked roads should be prepared for potential storm incidents as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, our amendment also calls for clearer contingency planning and better coordination between departments. We also call on the Minister for the Economy to ensure that in her pursuit of renewables that does not jeopardise energy security. It must be a balanced and a responsible approach. Just to go on to summarise some of the comments from Mr Butler, who moved the motion, and he expressed sympathy, as did many other members, with those involved in the flooding in Newcastle, and we share those sentiments. Also about the need for long-term solutions and stronger collaboration. My colleague Mr Brett highlighted the concern about the near blackout and the shameful way that we found out about that situation. But also in the fact that in relation to climate change, we do have, of course, a moral duty to recognise the change that is happening, but also to be realistic in how we respond to such challenge, and called for, obviously, the First and Deputy First Minister as well to focus clearly in providing strong leadership, but also on ensuring that our basic services are provided for. Cathy Mason spoke about the response in her own constituency and welcomed the advice from DFI, but also highlighted that lessons should be learned in terms of school closures. Andrew McMurray, again, he spoke in relation to his own constituency and the flood forecasting service, about the need for that to be strengthened and expanded. Justin McNulty wanted specific plans as to how communities could be and should be empowered themselves. Cathal Boylan, he gave much praise for DFI in their response and wanted to commend all the staff working to support those affected by flooding. Nick Matheson spoke from an education perspective about lessons that should and need to be learned, and obviously the Minister has since highlighted the fact that he will be committing to a review into that situation. Anya Murphy spoke from her own constituency perspective as well, and the need to support rural dwellers. And Diana Armstrong, again, on the need for joined up working. Mr Honeyford broke from the, I suppose, the consensus that was across the chamber, and obviously the Alliance Party at this minute in time are sensitive, I must say, to criticism, or particularly touchy when it comes to taking challenge. However, I would assure Mr Honeyford that in our amendment there is no such commentary or concerns around what he has raised. And we of course know, Mr Deputy Speaker, unfortunately I have no time, we know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Alliance Party do support the Green Agenda. This is not an orange and green issue. This is an issue which we can all get behind, and urge members to support our amendment. Thank you, Mr.
And I call on John Burrows to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion. You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think it is a very timely motion indeed, and exactly what our constituents and communities want to see us do: deal with practical issues that have an impact on them and have less drama and more delivery for the people of Northern Ireland. The motion is a very important one, and before I turn to it, I want to say we should really acknowledge the work that is done by our emergency services and our community volunteers. Because whatever we do or don't do in this place, we often send out messages to say, don't take urgent journeys unless they're urgent, don't leave the house. And yet there are men and women who, on our behalf, do leave the house because their journeys are urgent, and they take a risk on our behalf, and they often do so at considerable danger to themselves. So I want to recognise them. In essence, what we need is an adverse weather strategy. That in one place you can look and see that the Executive Office have an overarching plan for how to deal with adverse weather incidents. And end to end, that would make life for people in Northern Ireland so much better. Because what it does is join up all the different departments, all the different agencies, all the different 999 services, So there's a clear, robust and resilient plan to deal with adverse weather incidents. Because whenever we have them, it's the same issues that repeat time and time and time again. And I'm not convinced there's a structured way to actually learn from each incident and to continually improve our response to them. Because any strategy worth its salt, it begins with preparedness. So let me give you a very simple example of what a strategy would deliver. It would mean there'd be an information campaign for the public that should be ongoing. How do you prepare as a household for adverse weather incidents? Very simple things. Make sure that your drains are clear, your gutters are clear. They're simple things of Amazon that people could buy and other providers can provide them, but wind-up radios, power banks, flasks so you can have hot water. And whenever there is an adverse weather incident coming, that there's again something you pluck out and can communicate in advance to say to people, see in 2 days' time when this hits, here's the 5 or 6 things that you need to do. And also have 2 or 3 neighbours that are vulnerable or family members that you're going to check in with. This is the practical advice that should be driven. But because these things repeat themselves on a weather cycle, you actually could have them ready to go now. And they go straight out. And the public can then say, well, actually, here's the kit I need. I have it in my house. The batteries that are charged up, the torch that's ready to go. I'm a little bit of an anorak that way, but the public need that guidance. So that's the first thing in preparedness. And then prevention is always better than cure. And I don't want to get into the ideological debate about climate change, but I'd say 2 things. One, we are in, as I said in my maiden speech, this arm wrestle between trying to look after our climate in the long term and trying to get things done in the short term. But what is really difficult to sell to the public is to talk about climate change whenever we're talking about flooding. And yet they walk down the street and they see a flooded street, and you know what? The storm drain isn't draining because it's full of debris. You cannot persuade people to change their lives if we can't clear the drains. And there are simple things that need done across Northern Ireland, and that's part of the key prevention, doing the simple things well. Planting trees, yes, I will.
Would the member also agree that whenever you do have a month's fall of rain in an afternoon, that regardless of how well drains are cleared, that the infrastructure isn't there cope to deal with it? And is that not what needs to be communicated to people about climate change?
Well, it absolutely does, but you've got to do the simple, basic things well. And if you don't do those, you can't get buy-in for the grand project that we're trying to do around climate change. And it is unforgivable that those things are not done. But also, if anyone who is out walking after a storm and they see all the power lines down, they clearly see the trees that have not been cut. That clearly, if there was that tree is going to fall, it's going to bring a power line down. That is the simple stuff that needs done, and it's not being done. Yes, I will.
For me, that one of the disappointing parts of the debate is to see a bit of a disagreement between the fact that you can have ambition around climate ambitions and have the assurance around the energy supply, that you can do both at the same time.
Absolutely, and that's where we need that pragmatism to steer a course through, which of course is what the Ulster Unionist Party do best. So, planting trees, trimming trees, these are the things the public need, but it would be driven better if you had in one document that strategy that people refer to. And then your mitigations. Simple things that can actually help people whenever there are difficulties. And an adverse weather strategy would affect every nook and cranny of the things that we do in public life. That would affect planning. You'd be able to say that in the planning process, how can we actually make sure that that the developers are building more facilities that actually encourage better drainage, more solar panels, because of course if people have solar panels and batteries, they'd be less caught out if there's going to be a power cut. All of these things should be driven in one central strategy. And then communication is usually where things go wrong in any of these things. No matter what you do, if you don't communicate, it's a failure. And I will raise the issue of the Education Authority and the communication with Storm Amy. And I do so without judgment. We need to have a mindset in these things that whenever we have problems, that we actually look for learning and solutions. Because then we wouldn't be so resistant and defensive about trying to defend our own ministry or whatever. What are the solutions? And that's why the Ulster Unionist Party came out and actually called for that debrief after Storm Amy, so that there'd be concrete learning taking place. That has to happen after every major adverse weather incident. Someone needs to be chairing a meeting to say, what are the 3 or 4 things that went well, what didn't go well, how do we distill them, and how do we improve? That's why we call for that, and I'm glad the Education Minister is doing it. But the communication also has to be up to date. Storm Amy is a very good example. Whenever at 8 o'clock at night there was a decision taken that we are likely to call for a school closures the next day, parents knew nothing about that. Schools knew nothing about that. Then at 8 in the morning when the decision was taken, parents knew nothing about it. Schools knew nothing about it. And an email was sent. It sort of takes me back to the 90s. Someone typing out an email, send. And that email lands in your inbox at 8:57. And I've spoken to many principals who went into school. And the first thing they do is go to school assembly. They're at the school gates with parents. They're not checking their email. 9:45, haven't checked my email. Then suddenly you've got to do something. Even if that decision which was made at 8 had been communicated, there would have been a world of difference. That's why we've asked for a mobile communication system that would simply allow, at one press of a button, the EA to communicate with every principal in every school to say, the school is closing today. If that had a bleeped in the pocket at 8 o'clock, there would have been an entirely different response. And of course, if you have a strategy, then you're seeing in advance the things you need to do. So, for example, you would have a contingency and you would say, well, if schools close under an adverse weather incident, one of the things you've got to factor is free school meals. Because I spoke to many principals, in fact 3 in one day, who told me that children went without free school meals that day. It wasn't something that had been considered. In the busyness of responding to a late email, it wasn't considered. That's why when you plan in advance, that is considered. That's why if you had the email before, or the communication before, the caterers would know, and they might make a packed lunch, or whatever the case may be. And one of the problems I have when we plan around major incidents like this is sometimes departments talk about public safety. And I'm convinced that public safety is actually about risk aversion and moving a risk from yourself and moving it on to someone else. I do worry that the education department simply moved the risk from them to schools. And here's the reality. The risk for many children went up, not down. Instead of being in a well-managed school, actually you had children sitting at bus stops in the elements, whose parents were battling to get back from school or from work. They were sitting out. I spoke to one child who didn't want to go back to school in case they missed their bus. Their bus wasn't coming. They were actually probably at more risk than had they stayed in school. So in conclusion, what we need in this is leadership. An adverse weather strategy that end-to-end has a plan that actually makes things better, prepares people, has prevention, mitigation, and at the end of everything has a debrief so that we learn and keep improving our response and not get involved in ideological wars or a blame game. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Philip Brett, Gary Middleton and Jonathan Buckley be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. It is called. So, members, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Members, order just a moment, please. Item 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound.